let's see if everything's in order. Twitter. Game capture's alright. Then we do Discord. Here. There we go. And I think we are fine. So let's begin. Hello everyone. Welcome. Hey Lunatic, hey Falv. How are you guys doing today? It begins. Yes, it does. Today, we are playing Lake of Voices. Let me know if the sound is too loud or not. Let me just get real quick connecting to chat. Open Twitch on my cell phone, basically. And my cell phone bugged, but that's okay. It's fine now. So let's get to it. Hello. Was it Momochi? No, it was Felf. Ayaya. Well. We are ready. Let's start. We're playing Lake of Voices, a horror visual novel of sorts. Hey Walty! Oh, boss battle. Okay, hold up. I love this boss fighting game. Here you go. Choices. You need to make various decisions throughout Lake of Voices. Here are a few details to keep in mind. Certain choices are timed. Time running out isn't something you completely avoid. In some cases, not getting involved can open new possibilities. Other choices aren't timed. These options only determine whether Kika has a special affection for another character or not. If you survive until the second night, the story will branch into one of 5 different plotlines based on your earlier decisions. The other characters cannot manage all situations in various plotlines, regardless of what you do. If a character isn't making it, try getting that plot with a different set of survivors, or have the same group of characters venture through some other storyline. Becoming closer to someone can add or remove future choice options, and change how some scenes play out. Your decision to build a connection may not go unnoticed by other characters. Earning the full amount of affection with a certain character can require getting into specific plot lines. Oh, I see. Why does Twitch not output sound if not the main option? Yeah? I was 2 minutes late because of that. Otherwise my latency will be paying. Fell first, never mind, Lamal, just shuffle. Alright then. So, not everyone's gonna survive this, I already know that. Hey Momochi! We're just getting started. My grip on my lantern tightens as the fog around us thickens. While the forest in this area is relatively safe compared to Sinla's, I can't help but feel my hair stand on end the further we get. My free hand fingers the hilt of my sword, something akin to a nervous reflex.
Have you seen it before?
No. Bamel breaks the silence, either sensing my unease or assuaging his own. I hope it's the latter.
I haven't. I've had no reason to go near this cursed lake until now.
Oh.
What of you?
Oh, voice acting. And yes, someone has to die. Yeah, I figured. Bemel scratched his chin casually, as though I asked what his favorite food is.
I traveled the long way around it once before. Not so pleasant. Something about it just frays your nerves. Although, even being near it is enough.
Creepy Lake, got it. So, I'm not the only one who feels it. A sense of relief hits me, but not enough to undo the buzzing of anxiety. By the way, can you guys hear the voice acting? If you can't, I can turn it off entirely and read the lines on my own, if that's necessary. The lake, sinless. Most try their best to avoid it all their lives. The hundreds who die attempting to cross its unearthly black water, dragged to death by the creatures lurking within, aren't a secret. Yeah, we can. That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
No wonder you were assigned this mission.
There are few who've had first-hand experience with the place. Even if from a distance, he'll probably keep being picked whenever they need someone to cross, for however long he's with us. Benel shrugs, bringing my attention back to the dark path before us.
At least we're taking the bridge this time. It'll only take 2 days instead of double that, and the sooner this place is behind us, the better.
It would be preferable not to risk it. But time is of the essence.
Oh.
We don't really have a choice.
But if the lake is behind us, the creatures can sneak behind us and drag us back. One of our allied villages, Hermes, is being harassed by brigandiers. A band of ruffians. We don't have many guards to send us an assist. Only Benel and myself. The at least we can do is arrive before we are too late to be of any use. These kinds of squabbles happen often, but have to be put down lest they turn into a blood grudge or all-out war. The last we heard, neither option was that far off.
I can also see why they chose you to come out here.
I smile. I glanced at Bemel, an eyebrow raised, a slight smile play across his lips.
You're always so calm and so serious. Nothing can get to you. You're the best choice they had.
This guy seems like the kind of guy that if we get attached, it's gonna die in like 5 seconds. A smile now tugs at my lips. I would like to thank him, but that wouldn't be so calm and serious as he just described. And if that's how he sees me, I'd like to keep it that way. My lack of reaction only makes his smiles grow, and he chuckles a bit before refocusing on the path. I do the same. It wouldn't be right to let my guard down in a place like this. Bemel appeared to feel differently, however.
You know the town on the other side of the lake, though. It's not so similar to ours. If all goes well, perhaps we'll have enough time to enjoy the new area.
For the most part, I ignore him, nodding when applicable. Bemel is a talkative sort, and if chatting helps keep his worries down and his sword hand ready, I have no complaints. Oh, aren't we cold? We're cold, right? Okay. After a time, the thick fog surrounding us begins to clear. A slick wooden dock comes into view, and with it, the sounds of water gently lapping at its sides. Bemel shifts beside me, stretching his lantern arm as far as it will go. He sings tense.
Someone's already here.
Uh-oh. Oh! Okay. A young woman stands by the docks, eyeing us warily. Does she intend to cross tonight? Evidently, she has the same question. As we step up next to her, it's clear she isn't simply passing by. She's waiting. The stranger nods curtly to us.
Margaret.
Kiga the Steadfast.
Oh?
Bamele. Hello?
Oh, we have a title. Nice. There's a stuffy silence. Margaret turns to gaze out across the lake, expression unclear. With not much to say, Bemel and I do the same. From here, the black surface of the lake looks disarmingly calm. Wind rushes across its surface, a sound like whispering. Though perhaps it actually is whispering. I concentrate, trying to place the difference, searching for breaks and rhythms. After a few seconds, I feel foolish. It doesn't matter what the noise is. Whether I hear them or not, we're not alone. The Nixie are out there. A feeling that I can't quite shake tells me they've already noticed the little group of people on the shore. It feels hostile. My stomach sinks, and I instead address Bamel.
Where is the guide?
Uh-oh. Oh, hold up. That's not her?
Unless he's on the center island, or on the complete other side, your guess is as good as mine. It's dark as pitch out there.
Uh-oh. Panic rises inside me. I try to quell. Panic I try hard to quell.
We can't cross without him, and we need to get going soon.
Mm-hmm.
You can't cross with him either.
Oh, why not? The woman behind us, Margaret, cuts in with something like a snort.
What?
I know the guide will be here tonight. I have already made arrangements with him to cross.
Hmm? Benel and I share a look. The woman seems huggy. Huggy? And willing to put up a fuss.
I have his word he'll take me today. It would be wiser for the two of you to begin the trip around if you're really in such a hurry. Or you can make camp here and wait for him to make the trip back if you prefer.
No problem, Walty. I want to add some new bosses in the future, but programming the bosses in the string avatars is kinda annoying. I don't need to turn my attention to Bamel. To know he's riled up, I step up before he can say something rash.
Even if that is so, my companion and I must begin the trip tonight.
Margaret is unimpressed and opens her mouth to argue further. Oh dear.
We'll wait for the guide to arrive before coming to a conclusion about any of this.
Mm-hmm. She clamps her mouth shut and then lets out a sigh.
You can do as you like.
Okay, so we got guy who looks like he's going to die because he's too nice to us, and girl who will probably antagonize us at the most important part of the moment. That's my judgment on these two, at least. With the matters tentatively settled, Bamel moves away. His fingers begin to tap loudly against the top of his hilt. He shifts from one foot to another, then groans. Make it like a community goal or something like that to get one new boss then. Infable Coupling Momo boss. Oh, Ultimate Ninja Training. Hold up. Let's go. Yeah. Just sits there dancing. That would be pretty cute. Battle Royale is starting! Ninjalings, do your best! And remember, it's not rigged.
What's that bastard even up to?
I almost visibly start, but manage to restrain myself. He probably doesn't know any better. I'm sure of that. It's not worth mentioning.
With a mouth like that, you shouldn't even have the right to ask the guide to take you across.
Oh dear.
How ludicrous. He's faced far worse than a bit of foul language.
Do you know anything that's happened with this lake?
Yeah, it's the lake of terrible, terrible creatures, right?
I know enough.
See, I died, it's not rigged. Margaret is clearly not convinced, but she shrugs and makes a show of turning her back to him. By the way, this woman is kinda... I don't know if brave is the right word, but aren't we like medieval guards or something? If I recall correctly, knights had the right to kill peasants if they looked wrong at them. Hey, Mamachi won! Congrats, Mamachi!
The guide's father is Garvin the Exemplar. Garvin never accepted the guide as his son, all the way up until he died in this lake. your statement could be seen as tasteless.
Oh,
Whoa. Bemel rubbed the back of his neck, his face regretful.
my apologies to the guide. I didn't mean it that way. I never knew about his... well, that.
A smile spread across my face, one I quickly wipe away. He really did just misspeak. The silence slowly stretches between the three of us, growing more awkward with each passing second. Margaret seems irritated, and Bemel abashed. Wow, this is like every social situation I get stuck in. Oh, we have a choice. What shall I do? I can try to peacify the girl. I mean, I don't know the time, whatever, but they are mostly guides and travelers just trying to pass Murder Lake. Ah, I see. It's because of the sword, right? The sword and the way they're dressed. It doesn't seem like it would be modern times. Why kill each other when people's gonna die regardless? True. I'm sure you're forgiven, Bemel. You know what? Let's keep it awkward. We each remain locked inside our own thoughts, not another word passing between us. Eventually, a small light appears on the bridge ahead, gently swaying through the foggy air. It gets closer and closer, until it becomes apparent it's a figure carrying a lantern. That must be the guide, although I can't shake the ghostly aura it gives off. The figure steps into the shore, but we wait for him to approach us, instead of going to meet him. None of us are sure how close to the waters we can get before it's no longer safe. He stops in front of us and simply stares.
Are you the guide of Sinlos?
Are you? The man nods. He has a sharp face and weary eyes.
Well, that's grand. We would like an escort across the lake.
Bemel motions the two of us, and Margaret approaches, a strained smile on her face. Oh hey, it's VN friend Shrimp Time since guide. Oh, really?
Hello, it's good to see you again. I'm ready to cross, as we've agreed upon.
Hello! The guy turns to face her as well. Face remains unchanging. It must not be a lie. He would have had to say something otherwise. She really does have preference to travel with him. That is a problem. Uh-oh. Well, this makes a lot of sense now. Blonde and feminine. Ah, I see.
Is there a way we can all begin the trip tonight?
Yes, I will allow all three of you to
Oh,
go.
he talks.
But with that many, at least one will die before we reach the other side.
Oh, great. That's good news. I furrow my brow. It's a disturbing addendum, and one offered with little emotion attached. Bemel glares back, asking without asking, what we're supposed to do with such circumstances.
You should go around.
Oh, wait, we could just go around? The sentence hangs in the air, the second half unspoken. If you want to live.
We don't have time for that. There are people counting on us for protection. Why does she need to go?
He jerks a finger at Margaret, whose face contorts with anger.
I don't need to explain myself to you. My journey has already been put off once, and I was promised I could go today. I will be going under any circumstances.
I wonder what's up with that. She meets Bemel's eyes with a gaze of steel. He starts to speak, and she cuts in.
An extra day or two shouldn't be that much of a problem for you. Whoever you're meeting can surely wait such a tiny amount longer. Patience is a virtue, after all.
I hate when people just assume things. She started to remind me of that lady that sat in front of me when I was on a travel bus once, and she reclined her chair all the way down. The chair was broken, so it could recline more than it should. and she started smashing my legs. Very, very self-indulgent.
The night is only so long, and if we're still on the bridges when the sun comes up, we'll all die as they sink back below the surface. If you don't decide soon, no one will be going.
What the fuck? Yeah. It wasn't one of the nicest moments I had. Like, she pushed it back, right? Then I realized she was starting to crush my legs, so I started pushing back with my legs. Then she realized I was pushing back, and she tried to smash me. Smash my leg in, going full force. But then it didn't quite work because I'm just tall, so my legs are pretty strong. So I just pushed her back all the way to the upright position. And then she rose up in anger. But that had also backfired because I rose up and stared her down, and I happened to be much taller. And then she started ranting about how she was tired because she was traveling. I was tired because I was traveling. How she had more right, that I should go and sit on a special seat for tall people. Such thing doesn't exist in travel buses anywhere. And she just threw random arguments that I could easily just throw back at her. Yeah, it was so weird. And all that time, her arguments were so weird that I just didn't reply. I just stared at her silently, not moving an inch. And when she tired out from yelling, and the bus driver was in panic. Poor bus driver, he was in panic. He was thinking that I was going to kill her. And I just stared her down, and I kept staring her down. And I even tried to say something like, look, your seat is broken. You can incline a little bit, but you can't go all the way. And she was like, no, I need this, blah, 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 blah. And I just stared her until she kind of huffed away and sat elsewhere. And I went back to my seat and everything was okay. I remembered when after the bus reached my stop, I passed by her and she was sleeping on her new seat with the seat upright. So yeah. I have the privilege of being tall enough that people don't really get physical ever. So I'm lucky like that, but it was still quite a bad experience. I really wish she wasn't like that. Well, anyways, back to the horror game. The guide is this passionate stoic. I would almost feel something's wrong with him if I didn't share the trait myself. Bemel pulls me to the side, jaw clenched tight.
That woman isn't armed.
Oh, hello! His voice is low. He darts a glance at Margaret.
We can easily get her to back off if we make this into an actual fight. After all, we have to go tonight, yes? If one of us really is to die, it'll be her. Would staying be a worse fate than her death?
Just because I was talking about how they were guards and she was being a bit too threatening with people carrying weapons while she has none. I stare at the docks, refusing to meet Bemel's eyes, and try to keep my voice as level as possible.
We don't know her situation. This isn't a decision we can make for her.
True. This also isn't a decision that she can make for us either.
What?
Bemel leans in closer, apparently having missed what I said. I remove the sympathy for her in my response when I speak again.
The guide won't accept something like that, I assume.
His face is grim.
Then what else do you have in mind?
First of all, you and I cannot split up.
Mm-hmm.
Either we both stay, or we both go.
Right. That's not a question.
Right. I cross my arms, a hand on my chin. I have full confidence in my abilities, and in Bemel's, but there's no reason not to believe the guide will know exactly what he's talking about. If we go, he might not be able to give the group the attention we each deserve. That would mean we would truly be putting Margaret's life at risk on top of our own. If we bring her, we can use her as a human shield. Oh, it was timed. I didn't realize. God damn it. The guide approached Bemel and me before I have time to sort out my thoughts.
You will stay.
Crap.
What?
You would have already decided to come if you had the proper mindset for a journey such as this. You two will stay.
Ah, frick. I did not see the time bar.
But you don't understand.
The guide raises a hand at me, ice cold. My words die in my throat. If he decides we aren't fit to cross, how could we persuade him otherwise?
This is bullshit. We are more than equipped to make this journey, and we know more of what it means to be in danger than most will know in all their life.
Oh dear.
You two will stay.
Bemel's muscles tense, and I put a hand on his arms. He trembles lightly beneath my fingers, his hand curling themselves into a fist, but he doesn't say another word. The guy turns around and heads onto the bridge. Margaret uncomfortably looks from the guy to us.
Goodbye.
Then she steps onto the bridge after him. Bemel sighs, the anger releasing from him as he disappears into the fog.
Farewell.
Be safe. We reached Helmer safely, though it took much longer than we thought it'd like. Much of the village had been damaged or even destroyed. It was my fault for taking so long. I did all I could to aid in defending their town, repairing what could be salvaged. Was that like an ending? Bemel was disheartened by how little assistance we were able to provide. However, he could not deny how fortunate we were, having both made it at all, especially after we caught wind of the report given by the guide to the elders for that night. Every village close enough to Singlos gets informed of what occurs in that lake. It does so because communities wish to be made aware if they have lost one of their own. This time, this news was the death of a young woman. With one we spoke to, Margaret is gone. I have not heard nor seen the guide myself since then. I must assume he's still there on that foggy shore, waiting for desperate souls to seek out his light so that they may cross the lake of true darkness. Although I regret that I'm not able to do more to protect these people, no one admonishes me for it. They seem sure that I did everything possible. I hope that is true, even if I cannot bring myself to believe it. Easy clap, any percent. Soon, Bemel and I will return home, and we will once again take the long way round. My one piece is that all of this Singlos will be far behind me in a matter of days. I intend to keep it there. Okay, so now we figured out that the easy way out is to just not cross the lake and the story literally ends. So that means that's the smart thing to do. So let's do the dumb thing.
Have you seen it before?
Can I... Ooh, nice. Let's see... Let's try to suck her up a little bit so she will stand down.
It's been years since the time of Garvin the Exemplar. It's impressive you knew.
Margaret smiles, lifting her chin to the air. The overly exaggerated action is somehow pleasant rather than belittling. She is much happier than I had anticipated. Oh, she likes compliments, does she?
Yes, I do like to stay informed. And you knew too. Good. This lake shouldn't be allowed to swallow even history itself.
My town, the one where I was born at least, was also Garvin's hometown. I was very young when he passed. The entire village went into mourning.
I see.
People broke down crying in the streets. I'll never forget it. He meant much to everyone who knew him.
Oh.
Oh, I have no such connections. I merely read about it.
She pauses, seeming to scan the air in front of her for something to say.
I'm sorry for your loss.
It's all right. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. We got emotional leverage over her now. I shouldn't say stuff like this. My Tao may have taken pride in Garvin the Exemplar and what he achieved, but we weren't the ones who lost the most. That would be his family. We each remain locked inside our own thoughts, not another word passing between us. Oh, so this part is the same.
Are you the guy?
Yes.
Well, that's grand.
Hello, it's good to see you again.
Is there a
Hello.
way?
Yes, I will allow all three.
Okay.
You should go around.
Blah blah blah.
We don't.
I don't need to explain myself to you.
Mhm.
An extra day or two shouldn't be that
The
bad.
night
Okay,
is
so
only
that
so
didn't
long,
change at
and
all?
If we're still on the
Let's go. I believe we should
I
go.
believe you.
There we go. Now let's get started to the actual story of horror and that. I think we should save here. There we go. Bemel's reply is firm, my steadfastness seeming almost weak in comparison to his certainty. He addresses the guide.
We shouldn't waste more time. Let's shove off.
The guide slowly turns around without even a nod to show his agreement. Margaret stares at Bemel and me, something of a resolve in her gaze. Then she follows after the guide. At least she didn't insist we stay behind.
We should do what we can to protect her. It's our fault she's being put in even further danger.
Oh,
Exactly
right.
my thoughts. We will take care of everything. Maybe I'm being naive, but I have no intentions of letting anyone fall victim to this lake tonight. Those monsters can starve.
Oh, that's not what's gonna happen. He turns to follow the others across. I will protect everyone on this trip. I will. We will make it through this. Then I step onto the dock and join them. As soon as I step onto the wood's temperature drops. The light of my lamp shines against the water's surface, as reflective as a mirror, until we reach and land again. That is only a small mistake away. We fall into line with the guide leading the way. Margaret stays close to him, and I behind her, watching to make sure she doesn't slip on the slick, wet wood. Bemel brings up the rear. Each of us holds our lantern in front of us, but it does little good. The fog is thick and nigh impenetrable, consuming the light as if hungry for it. Wow! Above the surface of the lake, it is deadly quiet. No longer is there the whispered wind, nor the sound of water lapping against the shore. It's just our own mismatched footsteps and the sound of my quickened breathing. My eyes drift back to the lake against my better judgment. It's no wonder there's not even the sound of water, with how still the surface is. It seems almost sturdy, with the sheen of black marble floor. I've heard rumors that the water of Singlo is heavier, more difficult to disturb than natural water. That's just the weight of its oppressive cling is enough to keep someone down, even without them. So, the water is heavy? You just think through it. Weird. Something even darker than the abyss of the lake flickers just below the surface. Or at least, I think it does. I turn my gaze to Margaret's back. It's better to stay focused.
Fall back a bit. You're following me too closely.
Oh? The guy looking over his shoulder, addressing Margaret.
I'm sorry.
Guide likes personal space, apparently.
If someone gets pulled into the lake, they'll instinctively reach for anything to hold on to. Do not let that be you.
Oh, nice. The density of the lake is higher than the density of regular water. Yes, lunatic. Margaret's shoulders rise and she nods with great seriousness.
I understand. Thank you for the advice.
He ignores her gratitude.
You can speak amongst yourselves if you so choose, as long as you pay attention to where you're going. There is no worth in listening to the sounds out there.
Oh?
If there's anything at all, it'll only be Nixie trying to set you on edge.
So these monsters like to use their sounds to scare people, huh?
All right. Then, could you tell us your name? You didn't have a chance to properly introduce yourself, and I've only heard you being referred to as the guide.
Excuse me, my name is D.Guide. How can that not be obvious? Therefore, if you calculate D equals MV... Okay, I'm gonna stop here.
I don't have a name.
Oh. Okay. Why not? His face in the front again. His voice as expressionless as before. I have no way of guessing how he feels as he says this.
Oh.
It's probably not something he wishes to talk about. However, there was something else I wanted to say, so changing the subject is not difficult. Because his mother didn't love him enough. Oh wait, that calculation was D equals M divided by V, not XV. Oh, I see.
Margaret, thank you for allowing us to join you.
Margaret shuds non-committally.
It wasn't exactly up to me. The guide said he would take you.
She hesitates. Then she looks tentatively over her shoulder at me.
But thank you for saying that. It's appreciated.
Oh, it was nice to butter her up a little bit.
Bemele and I will do our best to be an asset on this trip, rather than a burden.
Yeah.
That's nice. I'm not afraid to be out here, though. Still, at least with your training, you should be able to take care of yourselves.
Everything's going so nice. I can't wait for it all to fall apart horribly. I admire her resilience. It's comforting to know that everyone here is so confident in their abilities, not enough to forget how terrible it feels to be over this lake. I am not sure if that is fortunate or unfortunate. Believing yourself to be secure doesn't mean that you are. As the conversation lulls, a new voice breaks through. It's the whispering noise again. It is the shatter of inhuman voices, and this time, coming from all around us.
Taking care of yourself is exactly what you need to do.
The guide is speaking again, except louder, as if to cover the Nix's voices with his own.
Work to survive at all costs, and hope that everyone around you has enough sense to do the same. That's the only way you'll make it to the other side.
I hope we don't have a siren situation where the voices hypnotizes us into falling to the lake. That would suck. Margaret nods in response, but I hear a grunt from behind me.
Groups tend to go further when they work together to achieve the same goal.
Uh-oh. Bemel's gonna be the difficult one, isn't he? The guy doesn't say anything in response to Bemel's grumbling either. I'm not sure whether he didn't hear Bemel, or whether he just didn't feel the statement made thus far worthy addressing. I have a feeling it's the latter. We go around a large bend in the bridge, part of it forking off to another way. I wonder how the guide knows which one of these essentially identical paths is correct when something in the corner of my eye catches my attention. I'm surprised they were able to build this at all.
I believe I saw something over there.
Keep walking. No need to worry.
This was probably built before the Nixie came by, I think. The guide's voice is calm and level. I decide against pressing the issue, not wanting to set everyone even more on edge.
What did he say?
Perhaps not wanting the conversation to be caught up by the guide, he speaks softly, though I couldn't quite hear him because of it. I take my eyes off Margaret ahead for a moment to explain it to Bemel and stop dead in my tracks. Only one word is able to escape me in my stunned state.
Behind.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Behind Bemel stands another figure looming in the darkness. Seeing my face, Bemel grabs the hilt of his sword. He whips around and staggers swiftly backwards. Several meters away, a crooked, twisted back figure hobbles its way towards us. Some kind of liquid dripping off its head, curling around the edges of its face. It almost looks like it's crying. Bemel backs up until he's standing beside me. The figure continues to slow advance, head jerking from one angle to another.
What?
It's the Nixie!
One of them.
Yes, Nixie that stumble across the bridges looking for opportunities.
I smell QT. Oh god, okay. The guides stand next to us. I didn't even notice his approach.
The ones that can make it out of the water are generally referred to as prowlers.
Oh.
I had no idea things like that were out here. Is that what Kika saw down the other path?
Uh-oh. The guide says nothing instead of returning to the front of the party. Margaret watches him pass. Her frustration morphs into nervous optimism when something seems to come into her mind.
Well, Nixie aren't slowed down much by swords, but at least light keeps them away, right?
Right. Margaret's hands grips her face tight, and desperation bleeds into her voice. I bite inside of my lip.
Direct light will force it to return to the lake. However, it'll try to drag the light, or you, down with it before it goes.
So if we set the lantern down, maybe? Instinctively, I reach for the hilt of my sword, despite the fact that it would do little to protect me. The prowler's getting closer, jerking forward, stopping, then resuming its slow advance. Can't we just, outpace him?
Okay. Does anyone have a light we can leave here? That way it won't follow us.
Yo, Margaret thought the same thing I did.
Only matches.
Maybe it works. Bamel spits. He is the one bringing up the rear, so he's the one most likely to be in danger if it keeps following. The guide, however, moves forward.
Don't forget it's there, don't let your guard down, and don't get left behind.
What? How am I supposed to keep walking with this thing at my heels? You said it wants to attack.
It's like really slow, bro. Don't worry, just keep kiting.
Don't give it the chance.
Bamel sputters in anger, and the guide summarily ignores him. I solidly grab hold of Bamel's upper arm. Just don't consent to go into the lake, Fivet. Row, row, row!
Here, I'll lead you like this, and you can keep your focus solely on the prowler. Make sure it doesn't get too close.
Uh-oh. We're holding him. The guide says that's a mistake. Bamel's eyes the guide with unresolved hostility, but allows himself to softly sigh in relief. He gazes at me with fondness.
At least there's someone I can count on.
Oh dear, this is not gonna end up well. You guys see that, right? It's getting closer, isn't it? Despite the fact that it's going against my advice, the guide says nothing more. It is clear now that he doesn't give a damn what we end up doing. Some part of me is glad for that. At least Bamel is. I want to help everyone make it through, and it would be worse to have persuaded the guide every time help was necessary.
Kiba, thank you.
Bamel places a gentle hand on my shoulders. Not seriously. Bamel's face hardens in return. He moves his free arm down. I fully link his arm with mine, and now properly settle, look forward. Alright. Margaret is following the guide with some reluctance, turning back every so often to check on us. I wave my lantern to signal we're catching up. God, I hate that it's still there. Right? We're just walking forward slowly, and the thing is slowly chasing us. Margaret returns her head to the front and quickens her pace. With a tug on Bamel, we start to follow them. Why did they stop to converse? Just walk and talk. I think they were walking and talking. The four of us continue cautiously over the bridge. Only this time the wet, squishing footsteps of the prowler join the sounds of our own. The prowler walks without a set pattern, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Oh god, it's like a Dark Souls villain enemy. There was the zombie in the game that acted exactly like that. It walked really slow, but sometimes it would just lunge out of nowhere. So creepy. It takes long steps, then short ones. At times, it stopped walking entirely. Does it hurt to be out there of the water like this? Or is it trying to be difficult to read? Suddenly, the whispering in the lake grows louder. I still myself, trying to not let it get to me. Oh, thank God it's gone. Shutter 3! The most important thing in a situation like this is to remain calm. I can't lose my head. Then, all at once, I notice the guide and Margaret have come to a halt.
Bemele, they're stopping.
Bemel slows down as I do, and we near Margaret's back. She says with something akin to distress,
Another one.
"Oh, there's one in the front! How nice!" I tug on Bemel and he understands. We draw up close to Margaret, ready to protect her, if needed be, but the guide holds out a hand.
Don't get any closer.
There it is. Just over his shoulder, I see another prowler stumbling towards us, white liquid dripping from its eyes. The guide's hand turns over in the air, palms up.
Give me a lantern. We'll throw it.
Oh my God, it's right there. Margaret extends her own with a trembling hand when Bemel speaks instead, his back still
If you
turned.
have to take someone's, take mine.
I mean, you're the last guy on the line. It's gonna be worse if he takes yours.
Yes, an extra light won't do us much good when we're standing this close together.
Oh dear, this is not gonna go well. This is not gonna go well. Margaret and Bemel's lantern takes Bemel's lantern from him, guarded relief displayed on her features.
Thank you.
She hands the lantern to the guide, whose hands gripped it tightly, knuckles growing pale.
Stay here. I can't throw it too far. The light will blow out before it reaches the Nyx.
Oh. Oh, look at that. That's not fun features. He steps closer to the monster, his movement light and confident. As he nears, the prowler starts to back away. Is it only approaching his light that's making it retreat, or are they afraid of him? The guide is far enough away for us to grow from us that the fog is partially obscuring him, hiding his movements. The voices from the lake grow louder and louder. Water suddenly begins to splash across the lake, in the distance, onto the edges of the bridge. They want him to mess up. I don't notice how tense I am until Bemel eases my grasp on his arms. Then suddenly, the guide takes multiple long and fast strides forward, throws the lantern, and jumps backwards to regain the lost distance. There's a sharp hiss, then a deep splash, and the voices of the Nixie grow quieter, not silent, but quieter. A sigh escapes me, and the guides come back out to our group.
We should keep going before it comes back.
It worked. I glance at the Mel and realize he too is looking relieved at the guide before us. And then I see it. Uh-oh. The first prowler. It's still there. It's right there. I shift around, pulling Bemel behind me. The prowler lunges after him, barely missing Bemel, but striking my lantern instead. The fire goes out, and the two of us are plunged into an unearthly darkness. Then, there's a slick splash. I realize the Nyx has retreated into the water. Somehow, Bemel and I are still standing. We're still here.
Kika, thank you.
Uh-oh. I can't respond. Something cold, wet and slimy has grabbed my ankle. Oh no. Kick it off! I kick my leg out as fast as I can, and the Nyx holds slip, but I can't pull it with the momentum I've gained against it. Margaret rushes to my side, her lantern hanging out towards the Nyx. The light brushes its faces. We see it for an instant, its eyes wide, and then it slides back into the smooth surface of the water. Bemel grabs Margaret and I bolt, helping us toward the center of the bridge and cussing under his breath.
I only looked away for 1 second.
Yep, that's
It's
all
fine,
it takes.
Bemele. We're all fine.
Okay, I think we can relax a little.
Are you actually alright?
Margaret cocks her head down, examining my ankle, but there's nothing but a wet smudge around my trousers.
I am fine.
I say that, though I don't actually want to let go of Bemel. I need to, in order to relight our lantern and provide us actual safety. but I feel much a strong desire not to be alone in this moment. I shake my head roughly and let go of him, relighting the lantern as fast as I'm able.
Kika, thank you. Again. You saved my life. I won't let this happen again.
Yes. Yes. It would be good for all of us to pay more attention.
Margaret nods solemnly. Suddenly, it seems like we're all on the same side. It isn't only Bemel and I, she is with us, more than simply presence. The guide's voice, as cold as that monster's grasp, ends my train of thought.
We lost the lantern I threw. The Nix grabbed it after the light went out.
Right. Margaret makes a noise. I glance over, wondering whether she's upset, but there's a small smile on her face instead.
It's better than them taking anything else.
A nervous laugh bubbles up out of me, just as quickly it stops. Bemel chuckles in response, and our collective tension eases up, the adrenaline draining for our bodies.
We need to keep walking.
The guide starts down the bridge again, and we join him. I try to clamp down on relief, the ease that wants to flood my head. It is not over. The prowler is gone, but so is Bemel's lantern.
You can stay near me, Bemele, since your lantern is lost.
I appreciate it.
Oh fuck, no slip tonight, let's go. Ah, lunatic. It's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright. Most of them will survive. Margaret goes on ahead of us. Bemel stays by my side as I keep at the end of line. Oh, we're the last one in line, great. The breath of releases for Margaret and Bemel is quickly swallowed by the somber atmosphere of Singlos as well, replaced by the gravity of near-death experience. Never mind celebrating his survival, something like that shouldn't have happened in the first place. The memory of the prowlers reaching out towards us appeared each time I closed my
Why
eyes.
does it look like something's dripping down their faces?
I mean, water? The prowlers are on Margaret's mind too. Looking at her pained expression, it is as though the moment of relief never existed at all.
I'm not sure.
Me neither. Something's wrong with them, though.
Oh, you think?
They live in water. Air shouldn't be good for the things, but they want to drown humans so much they're willing to drag themselves around on land? It's not right.
I mean, it's called eating. Of course it isn't. They are monsters. They likely do not understand even the concept of right and wrong.
Well, I don't disagree that there's something very wrong about them. I truly hope that's the last we'll see of the Prowlers.
And then there's like 20 other variations that are just as worse as worse than the Prowlers. Something comes to her mind, causing Margaret to end her part of the conversation early.
Since you two have to share a light, wouldn't it be safer to be in the middle?
Yeah, I think so too, actually. Margaret stops and waits for Bemel and I to reach her position.
That way, you'll catch the edges of my light and the guides, and it won't be so dangerous if Bemele loses his position momentarily.
That's a very kind offer, Margaret.
Margaret, though, is kind of more of a defenseless character than us. So keeping her in the back is not necessarily a good idea. Bemel's surprise is so apparent. I want to cover his face with my hands to stop him from insulting her. She merely smirks. I think Margaret may be surprised with herself too. Bemel returns to his usual surety.
As thoughtful as it is, I, at least, am fine with bringing up the rear. I'm used to keeping watch for monsters, and since there are two of us, I can pay attention to the back while Kika focuses ahead. It's not my light, though, so I shouldn't be the one to decide what she should do with it.
Right. Margaret and Bemel turn to look at me in unison. It seems like it's my decision. Neither of them are wrong. As for me, my goal is to protect everyone. I can't very well do that with Margaret following behind us. But being stuck in the middle of the group could also be dangerous depending on what circumstances we come across. Getting pincered by the enemy would be an almost sure death, no matter how experienced Bemel and I are. Okay, so let's save. Let's save here. There we go.
So you're staying behind?
Oh, I don't like that sound. But yeah, I'm staying behind.
Seems like it.
Yes, I think we'll be good here. But really, thank you. That was a very kind offer.
Well, alright.
So let's see how we die. Margaret respects our decision and trots ahead a bit to catch back with the guide. He who has paid no mind to the entire affair.
So, I don't want to sound like a child, but how much longer until we arrive at the halfway point?
Bemel, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Margaret chuckles, reflecting the amusement I don't want to
We
vocalize.
still have some ways to go.
Damn.
I suppress my laughter yet again at his pouting response. The gloom we've been under dissipates slightly, like a light flickering through the fog.
The first trial tends to be the most difficult. I believe we will only react better from this point on.
I like the way you think.
They're so excited. Then a gleam enters Bamel's eyes and he
I
grins.
think Kika deserves a round of applause. Her quick reflexes are owed the utmost appreciation.
He leans softly into my shoulder, trying to get me to... what?
It was indeed a sight. You're quite capable. Bemele was also a sight, but for very different reasons. The way he froze with his mouth all agape was a laugh in itself.
Oh god, this is all gonna go downhill real quick, isn't it? Bemel shakes a fist at Margaret in mock anger, then shoots at me an affectionate look.
You should know, she and I are usually on equal footing.
The only reason you had footing at all is because she pulled you back.
This is Bemel best boy. Bemel laughs self-consciously, scratching his head.
That's very true. You can always count on Kika.
Everything is so happy. There's gonna be a prowler behind him, isn't there? Oh, probably, lunatic, probably. Kill Margaret, let Bemel live. I keep my eyes steadily ahead, unsure of how I should respond. I'm pleased, almost grateful to hear what they think of me, but I don't know what I could say that wouldn't seem pathetic. Instead, I contribute the best way I can. I keep my focus on the path ahead of us. Without a response for me, the conversation quickly dies out. Still, it eases my heart to be on such friendly terms with my companions. After some time, I notice Margaret isn't keeping up with the guide as much as she was before. I realize it's because the guide has increased his pace. Uh-oh. Margaret begins to jog in an effort to keep up with him, and Bemel and I do the same. Despite this, the guide keeps getting further away. Yay! Oh god, is the guide gonna leave us to die? We go faster and faster, until suddenly, we're full-on sprinting across the slick wooden boards. Figures in the dark fog fly past us at a blur, and it occurs to me that branching paths in the bridge appear to be sinking? I try my hard to wallow my rising panic. The guide shouts something, but it's drowned out by the frantic pounding of our footsteps. I'm trying to piece together what he said. Don't, stop, turn, when he takes a masterfully sharp right down a different path, using his own momentum and the sleek wood to slide into a new direction with no loss of speed. Margaret must not have worked out the warning either, as she's completely caught off guard by the guide's change of course. She runs straight ahead past the turn and continues down the path we've been following up until now. She clumsily begins to halt her momentum down the wrong bridge. Then I come upon a fork. Turn. Sorry, Margaret. I take a hard turn following the guide and leave Margaret at the rear. Bemel's footsteps stay as loud as they were before. He's made the turn as close behind me as ever. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Margaret turn around and try to come back to us, only to have the bridge in front of her fall away. I slow down for a breath, feeling the impulse to turn back, but ignore it. There's no time. Margaret can make the jump, then she'll rejoin us. I keep my eyes glued on the guide's back, ears perked for Margaret's footsteps approaching behind us. And then I hear it. A scream. Oh, frick. Oh dear. I whip around, sliding to a stop. Margaret is sinking. The bridge she's on is sinking into the water. She's disappearing. She didn't jump.
What are you doing?
Margaret's head shoots up, her face drained of all color.
Jump!
She stumbles near the edge of the bridge, staring at the placid waters of the lake. Even from a distance, I can see her shaking. I can't say if it's up from the bridge descent or her own fear. She barely seems to remain standing. I swallow painfully. So, she would have died if she stayed behind to... oh dear. Or maybe not. Margaret bends and tries to jump. She curves in a small arc, achieving more height than she should, and lands directly into the lake with a mother's splash. Bemel starts beside me, but I grab his hand and pull. We start running again, leaving Margaret flailing in the water behind us. We don't need to watch this. We both know exactly what will happen to her now. Margaret's anguished cries pierce the night, then the screaming stops. My legs grow weak. This isn't right, but I push myself to keep going. Bemel skirts between heavy breaths, calling those things I ever found name in his large book. I try to focus on the pounding of my feet, but my brain won't cooperate instead. I imagine Margaret's terror as she's clawed to pieces by the Nixie. After everything, I didn't help her. We left her in the dark. As the night wears on, our strength rapidly fades. How much longer will this last? People have to rest sometimes. Almost as if in response to my thoughts, the guide abruptly halts. I skid to a stop as well, sliding to the surface of the wood.
Why did we stop?
Bemel's voice is tired, but his guard is up. The guide doesn't answer, he just stares at something slightly out of view. I step up to join him, following his gaze further down the path. Oh? There, curled in a little ball, illuminated by the lantern's light, cowers a person. His hand grips his head, and he rocks from side to side, mumbling
It's a
coherently.
man.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh dear.
I just couldn't. Please. I'm sorry.
I'm struck with an array of questions. What is going on? Why would he wander out onto these bridges on his own? Did he make it this far by himself? Where are the others? If that's somehow the case, I can't blame him for the state of shock he's in. The man stops mumbling. He glances above him, seemingly only just now having the strength to lift his head. His expression, the deepest sadness, along with the clear markings of terror, are scrawled across his face. I stare at him in shock, not sure what to do.
Leave him.
I snap my eyes away from the man, and instead to the guide's cold, implacable face.
No! We can't just leave him here. Without light, it's certain he'll die.
He won't make it regardless.
The guide turns to look at us, his eyes seeming to glow from the closeness of his lantern. For the first time, I feel uncomfortable in his presence.
Whoever shelters him will only risk dragging themselves down with him. Leave him.
Oh, it's this sort of place. I glance at my partner, but Mel is outraged. I'm trying to think of some kind of compromiser, where the guide speaks again, his voice cutting.
If the man comes, then whoever is shielding him will have to remain at a distance from the rest of the group. Far enough that you can't see me, just my light. That is how you will travel across the bridges.
Oh dear.
I didn't agree to lead this man, and I won't. If you ask me to, I will leave you all behind.
I see. Adrenaline surges through my veins and I tense up. It is a painful reminder that the guide isn't here to save our lives, but merely to show us the way. We're on our own. Bemel and I frantically share more looks between each other, trying to communicate without words. Neither of us have a desire to speak and be the first to make a choice. The man standing now, though he's still hunched with his arms wrapped around himself, as if expecting a blow. He stares at the ground rather than at us, Because of this, I'm having trouble reading his face. What exactly happened to him?
Are you well, stranger? Do you know where you are and why you're here?
He glances up, not at me, but towards me, his eyes resting somewhere near my collarbone.
I'm fine. You all can go on your way. Forget you even saw me here.
Oh?
That's absurd. You have no way to defend yourself. We can't leave you.
Yes, I'm sure in your eyes I might not seem like much, but that's not exactly a fair shake.
Oh?
Maybe in a perfect world, every man would be as large as you. But that's not how things always go. Doesn't mean I'm defenseless.
Okay, but you know that even we are defenseless against those things, right? The man's response is meandering. The words themselves seem to be in good jest, but he's still barely looking at us, fidgeting with his hands. Bemel frowns unimpressed.
It was a joke.
He smiles hesitantly, making eye contact with each of us for the first time.
Part of it was supposed to be the joke. Do you even realize what is happening in this moment?
Never mind. Forget that too. Point is, I'm alright.
Are you though?
You have found yourself out alone and unlit on Sinlos.
Exactly. Something must be wrong with you.
Oh no, sounds like you've been talking with my father.
Another joke. He lets out a weak little laugh, coupled with an eyebrow raise, voice trembling. No one really knows what to make of this. The man gives a small wave and begins down the path we came. Bemel huffs, tossing his hands into the air.
It's not even the right way.
It is for me.
Oh?
You must have come quite a ways if it was the other shore you started on.
The man smiles grows.
Good. That's not so bad.
There is no response in his remark, unsure of what could be
I
said.
still think he should come with us. A person needs a light, and the guide himself said he won't be able to manage on his own. Sticking with us is his best option.
I look over the man's body, noting the scrawniness of his limbs. Scrawny, but not necessarily lacking in muscle. The bravado he was showing as he tried to leave us has faded yet again, and now he's standing quietly, looking at us as if watching a play. Interesting, but no true connection to the events.
It's easy for you to say such things, but whose light are you offering? It's not mine, and you are putting her in even more danger with your own presence already.
Bemel's hand turns into fists. He looks away but doesn't say anything. For a moment, no one does. I feel a cold sweat on my brow, as what I fear comes to pass. He's stopping us from protecting another. Why must he get involved now? Why can he not leave us to make our own decisions?
Don't worry about me. I'll be on my way now.
I mean, what will he do? He comes with us and he is no longer on his path. Also, he's sus as fuck. That's true, Momochi. The man's voice is full of something I cannot replace, and he starts to shuffle back down, the way we came, arms still clenched around himself. I know the guide wants to act as though there is no option. However, I could stay back with him. I'll put Bemel and myself at significantly more risk, but at least this man will stand a chance. Ah, frick, let's help him. And I didn't like that noise. I straightened my arm out like a rod, blocking his progress past me. He stops, perplexed.
I am not afraid to stay behind, as long as Bemele can remain upfront with you in your light.
Oh, it's Bemele. Okay. The guy doesn't say anything, doesn't even blink. Bemele smiles sadly at me.
One can always count on you, Kika.
The man, meanwhile, stands with his mouth agape, truly and genuinely shocked.
Well, what will it be?
That is fine by me. I can stay on the fringes of your light. That way you won't have to worry about a repeat of what happened earlier.
The guy doesn't acknowledge him. He stares at the stranger. The man shakes under the attention.
No, really. I could just go on my own. It's fine.
I step closer to him, lending the support he seems to desperately need.
You do not need to go this alone. I will protect you.
The man stares at me. I return his gaze, willing him to see my certainty. There's no need for more blood to be spilled tonight. Slowly, the fear melts off his face, replaced with something like resignation. Then, he drops his gaze to the floor.
Okay.
All right.
I grasp his shoulder and turn to the rest of the group.
You should get a head start, correct? You'll have to put some distance between us.
Oh boy. The guide seems to agree as he starts to walk away without another word. Bemel smiles, first at the stranger, then at me.
Take care back here, alright? We'll all be together again when we reach the halfway island. It won't be too much longer now. We'll have a nice little camp out, and you can properly introduce yourself to us. Maybe even tell a real joke or two.
Oh, this won't go well. I know this won't go well. The man emits a nervous little laugh and ducks his head. The prospect must not be enticing to him. With the stranger having pulled himself out of the conversation, Bemel looks seriously at me.
I'm sorry to put you in even more.
Stop.
Nothing's gonna go on in this game, right? Bemel shakes his head, still smiling.
I don't begrudge you at all. In fact, I'm glad you did. All I want is for you to remember that goal. Each of us, together, on the island, and then on the other shore, safe. This isn't about what our job is, or where other people need us to be.
I nod in response. Bemel opens his mouth, then closes it. He swallows hard.
You too.
I'm surprised to hear his voice wavering slightly. He swallows again, then continues.
You two should look out for each other.
He takes a few steps back, as if to go, but his eyes don't leave mine. The guide's figures disappear, with only his lantern to lead the way. Bemel is finally forced to leave us behind and catch up to him. I watch him disappear into the fog, an odd feeling in the pit of my stomach. I cannot recall the last time I had difficulty seeing someone leave.
We should go after them.
I start. I almost forgot the man was there, standing right next to me. Now he looks at me with desperate eyes.
You don't need to do this.
What?
I'd rather know you returned to them safe, and that you all had a chance to make it back together, the way they acted. Having to go on without you, no one would feel that way.
Oh dear.
I'm not worth it.
Oh boy, this is gonna be hard. Man, I know so far the script is a lot better than I expected, which says a lot because I already had pretty high hopes. Also, you never played this valve? Nice.
That's not...
I stop, unable to say the last word. Can I claim that is wrong? This is one of the things that he seems sure of, and I do not know him. Empty platitudes may be worse than nothing at all. He smirks at a mumbling reply. I'm caught off guard by the change. With only that, it seems like he's in his element.
It's true.
Okay. You're acting a little sus. Kinda remind me of a certain JoJo character in that one arc in a certain prison. He continues to grin more, so to himself than to me. It's been installed for months, but I never got around to it. Well, glad you could join us.
You lot certainly made a scene, huh? That's nice. Being loved and all.
Oh dear, I am feeling a lot of darkness coming from this guy. I might need to kick him in the crotch a few times before he is cooperative. He clarifies after I must have given an undesired reaction to the statement. I'm so disconnected with myself that I am unsure if surprise appeared on my face or if it was lack of emotion that put him off. Now that you said it, Lamal likes reference, give a thumbs up. Now that you said it, I see here it as well. Yeah, he has that weird Nagito. It also from Danganronpa 2. He has Nagito vibes.
I don't know exactly what kind of love it is you share, but there has to be a bond in that group of yours.
Yep, I'm feeling it. He laughs and then speaks quietly.
Doesn't matter. I can still try for the other shore. Go.
I'm starting to feel compelled to let him go. But you know what? I need to kick him in the nuts a few times. My certainty shocks him. I can tell immediately that he has returned to his meeker self. The man starts to speak again, but I interrupt.
We should start walking. That should be enough of a head start for them.
Oddly enough, people like this need someone who to be actually kind to them, but in a way that's very firm. Like I don't pity you. I will help you, because being good is its own thing. It throws them off because they're used to self-pity so much. He hesitates a moment, but ultimately begins walking at my side. I'm relieved. I can never be quite sure of what will come from this one. We move in silence. The man doesn't seem to want to speak anymore, but he keeps glancing at me, as if expecting something. Somehow, his odd behavior is comforting, rather than disconcerting. Perhaps it's because he's more nervous about all this than I am. It's putting me at ease, making me feel more capable. I shouldn't allow myself to get comfortable, however. We're in a more dangerous position than ever. The whisperings from the lake, so faint after Bemel's close call, now surge forth. It grows nigh unbearable, the creature steaming below the surface. I dare not speculate on what has them so excited.
Have you a name?
The man chuckles dryly.
Barely.
Hi, Barely, I'm Dad. You said this before Margaret died. Me or the character?
I don't really know what I am to take from that.
I kinda wanted to reload to see if there was a way to save Margaret, but I have the impression she would miss the curve no matter what. I see. This time his laugh is more of a bark, quickly out and swallowed back up. Then he frowns.
Lou. Only 2 letters. So barely.
Oh, your name's not Barely, okay.
I see.
Hi, Lou.
What are you doing out here without the guide?
Did you had another group with you? Perhaps the question is appropriate to ask. After all, only the darkness of circumstances spurred someone across Sinlos. But this situation is very strange. It might even go as far to say it's suspicious. Or was it before the Nixie attack? I'm not sure. We'll see. I know that's not fair, but I can't help it. Years spent anticipating danger have made me wary.
That's a good question. I'm not sure I know myself.
What does that mean? Is that some sort of joke too? Or do you genuinely not remember how you arrived where you are?
Yeah, did you open a chest and got teleported here? Like Hato?
No, it wasn't a joke. Or, well, there is a point to it all.
Oh, what was the point? Then his voice, already by nature, light and airy, drops to a whisper.
But I don't know why I even tried. You'd think that I'd be able to call a spade already, right?
There goes the self-pity. He looks up, noticing my gaze still leveled at him. Then he shrugs.
I'd rather not talk about it.
As what has become the norm, I don't fully understand what he means, but I can at least guess that he's not very happy with himself at present, and like it or not, he won't be sharing his real reasons with me. Okay, I'm pretty sure he was with someone and that person got dragged down, and now he's like, oh, it's all my fault, I had the idea to come here. Maybe he wanted to prove himself by crossing the lake on his own? That's also a possibility.
What about you? What brings you out on this little adventure?
You know, helping people in a war. The usual.
People on the other side. People who need my help.
have someone waiting on you? Then why are you risking yourself on me instead of worrying about what's going to happen to them?
Because I'm just that kind of character. I feel my brows furrow from my speck of alarm. Is that really what he took from this? I survey his face with a flick of my eye, but there is no mischievous gleam to his look. Now, he's serious. We hold eye contact for a moment, until he yet again stares down at the ground.
Sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. It just fell out somehow. I wasn't thinking.
You're important as well. His stare shooks back up at me, eyes wide.
Of course I'm going to be there for those counting on me. But you aren't nothing. I won't simply turn my back on you.
But little did they know the Nixie's true weakness. He smiles sadly, the kind of smile only someone who has experienced great hardship has. A smile I'm all too familiar with. I got it! The enemy's weakness is chopping off their heads! They stop moving if you chop off their heads! What a great weakness!
I probably have to disagree. Still, that's nice of you to say.
We may not know each other well, but you wanted us to go on without you for our own safety. You even tried to have a sense of humor about it. That counts for something.
Yeah. My statement is far from grand, yet he becomes distinctively bashful at all the sudden twitching his legs with each steps. He hangs his head and mumbles his next phrase. Sadly, he seems unaccustomed to receiving praise.
That's true.
Yeah, this body language is I'm trying to comfort myself. And that's his default expression.
Thank you for staying back with me. It's kind of nice.
He's definitely been abused or something.
No need to thank me.
Oh, right. I can't even show gratitude correctly. Of course.
And then there's this look. I don't trust this look. I go to give him a look, but he's smiling. He looks less pitiful than usual. He almost seems content. While crossing Sinlos? How? Why?
It is not funny to make a joke out of thinking that way about yourself.
If you don't want people to say things like that, then you shouldn't reject their thanks. Either I did right by thanking you, or I did wrong.
Fine. You're welcome.
This time he lets out a real laugh, though a short one.
I'm glad.
He stretched his arms out in front of him and elongate his strides so he's walking a bit ahead of me. It sits wrong with me. He's relaxed and completely on guard. He's even fine with distancing himself from the light and all the odd comments he has said so far. Then, as though strikes me, maybe the reason he's so calm is that he doesn't care what happens to him. My heart plummets into my gut. Yeah, that's exactly it. He is in that place of very low self-worth. For a time, there's relative peace in the silence between us. Then Lou sighs heavily.
I never could have seen myself in a situation like this. It seems things really aren't over until they're over.
Did you think it was over?
He doesn't answer immediately. When he does, the reply is accompanied by him grasping himself, like he might fall apart if he lets go.
Yeah, I did.
That would have been normal outcome for the situation. Alone, lightless, he shouldn't have asked. I must have let a frown slip through because Lou smiles a non-smile. He stretches his hand behind his neck and gives a little chuckle.
Something really is wrong with me. Somehow, I feel lighter.
Alright, well, maybe this is good. If he's feeling better than he was, then perhaps his view of himself will improve.
I wonder who'll still be left standing when this is truly all over.
What?
Everyone will be.
I know that isn't the truth, but I cannot bring myself to say anything else. This is the group we have now, and I will not let him believe it is a lost cause.
You know that's not possible, don't you? Someone will go. You should focus on making sure it's someone else.
You don't seem to be concerned with self-preservation.
Yep. That came out more hostile than I had expected. He doesn't mind it. I feel physically lighter. It's a new monster.
True, but it's not the same for me.
I still don't know how I'm supposed to interact with a person like him. Making conversation's already not a strength I possess. Regardless, Lou, echoing that sentiment, was not something I expected. He whispers from the lake, which had already grown. The whispers from the lake which had already grown now speaks faster and clearer. The individual words are almost audible. I'd like to be able to make them out if I knew the next language. For a split second, I wish I did. The light in the distance still drifts along the path in the same manner as it did before we first started walking, which I take to mean the path hasn't turned so far. Hopefully, that means we're still on the right path. But the light, it got brighter. It's strong enough that I have to glance away for a second, and the next time I look, the light has grown. The bridge is on fire! I grab Lou's arms without thinking. He is standing there stiff, staring at the glow, eyes dull.
Going to run.
To hell with the guide's order. If we don't go out now, we will never go anywhere again. Lou doesn't respond. I give his arm a small tug and he appears to come to himself when he nods at me. I make the decision that I won't let go of his arms. I don't know what will happen to him if I do. We take off, the heat growing with each step. The dankness of the bridge means the fire is spreading slowly, but it makes me question how it began in the first place. There's no end how wrong this place is. It takes 20 paces before the air around us ripples, then starts folding it into itself. Thick smoke pours over us, stinging like scorpions at my eye. I cover my mouth with free arm to keep breathing, and soon we're at the fire itself. The bridge lurches beneath us, as if the beam supporting it is starting to give away. The thousands of flying sparks. Lou stumbles and pulls against me for support, but we keep our ground. I start pulling him through the blaze. We don't have time to gather our bearings. Who knows how long we have until the bridge collapses or is devoured by flames. We'll continue weaving across the bridge, shielding ourselves from the heat. I can see a faint figure in the distance though. The smoke, and as we draw closer, I realize it's Bemel coming our way. I press on to meet him, and the towering Lou alongside me. Bemel is absolutely beaming when he notices us, and I can't help but match the look of relief on his face as I approach him.
What happened?
I take a moment to steady my breathing, after getting to the most pressing question on my mind now.
A group of prowlers were in our path. His solution to that was throwing an open flame at the damned monsters. He knew he'd be setting this entire place ablaze. It didn't matter.
Did the guide leave you behind? Is he...
Uh-oh.
gone?
He's kind of a shitty guide. I begin tersely at first, but as I speak I can't help the worry leaking into my voice.
The guide is not a man you need to worry about out here. I chose to stay back. There was plenty of light to go around thanks to him.
I balk at him.
That is not a plan, Bemele. You need a lantern to make it. What if we didn't find each other? Do you realize how easily you could have gotten yourself killed?
As I always say, we'll burn those bridges when you get there. Well, at least it's well lit now, right? Yay! The statement comes out shrilly as I clench my fists in frustration. Bemel mirrors my anger and he barks at me.
I've seen what happens to those left to catch up, Kiba. They don't. I wasn't going to keep running this time and leave you behind.
Swallowing my retort, I close my mouth and look at him sullenly. After a moment, I sigh. This isn't the time for discussion, and after what Margaret went through, I can't blame him for the conclusion he came to. Ooh, consequences. Suddenly, the bridge has begun to quake once more beneath our
We need
feet.
to leave. Which way did the guide go?
I don't know for sure, though he went off in that direction. The fog overtook him, but I didn't see him turn.
That will work. Lou?
I look around for him, realizing he's not with me any longer. At some point, I let go of his arm. He's standing to the side, gaze glazed, transfixed on the darkness. I step forward and yank him back to my
What
side.
are you doing?
He flinches at unexpected contact and looks attentively at me, but he doesn't offer an explanation.
Sorry.
That is all he ever says. I'll let go of him.
Both
I let
you
go of
stay
him.
Close. We are not going to separate again.
We keep down the path, the flames still gradually gnawing on the planks behind us. The guy doesn't turn up, nor does any signs of him, but we push on. We must not stop moving. Then we do. Our bridge comes to a dead end of rotted out boards, collapsed into a lake. For a moment our breathing stops at once. If this was the way that leads to the island, then I flip back to face the others, my expression unaffected. I'm not going to allow panic to sap this ground of judgment.
Let's look for another bridge.
I absolutely begin retracing our path. The others follow without protest. Our regression is silent, except for footfalls and the snapping of soggy wood attempting to burn. We frequently have to step over smoldering sections, trying to come alight. At one point, we even have to walk one at a time, sideways, to avoid a wild flickering small fire billowing out black smoke. Just as my spirit is beginning to dim, we come across a different direction to take. Among all the forks, there are only 2 that aren't collapsed or too consumed by fire to risk following.
We're going to have to pick one.
Bemel sounds uncharacteristically doubtful of himself. Hey Zora, welcome to the stream. We are in a horrible, horrible place. Lou's gaze is flickering down either path. There's a palpable sense of anxiety come from him.
I don't know.
How are you doing today?
I don't know which way.
Oh, Lou.
It's all right.
But it's not alright. We have to do something to go off. Anything at all. A cold sweat trickles its way down my back. Before anyone tries to randomly choose, a noise catches my attention. I hastily address the 2. Hi Luna and Momochi, how is everyone? We're doing fine, we're doing fine.
Did you hear that?
A whistle.
Howdy, Pringles.
It came from the right.
Lou and I trade looks. This could be the signal we needed. But what if it isn't?
Do those monsters know how to whistle?
Uh-oh.
I don't know. It seems unlikely. The air isn't pleasant to them. They're underwater creatures.
So, the story is we're trying to cross this very dark lake that is full of deadly creatures because it's the shortest way to help a village that's being attacked by an enemy army. Our guide is more concerned with surviving than leading people through the right path, and he pretty much left us here. And the bridge is on fire too, so lots of things happening.
We should go right, I think. To where the sound came from.
I'm a little surprised Lou is offering his own opinion. It's good to hear. However, I take a deep
I
breath.
agree. There's more of a chance the whistle was a sign for good over ill.
Our course decided, we move as one down the right path, no longer hesitating. As we follow the bridge down, there is no sign of the end. There's no need to debate between directions again. We start to outpace the fire, one danger thankfully fading away, but the night continues to lighten regardless. I glance at the sky and realize what's happening. The sun is rising. The bridge will sink into the water as the darkness disappears and take us with them. We'll be lost. Yamo probably wants to save more. Okay. I'll save on this one. It suddenly seems pointless. We don't even know whether we've gone the right way, and we still haven't caught up to the guide. We can't outswim the Nixie, and we can't outrun the dawn. We're going to run out of time. Yet, we keep moving forward. And finally our perseverance is rewarded. The silhouette of an island rises in the distance. The island grows rapidly, larger, and soon the sense of earth and tree reaches. In spite of all the horrors of the night, a dock emerges from the fog before us, welcoming us to safety. We reach the shore. I don't believe it until I step out of the wood and my boot sinks in the sand. I walk further inland like a corpse, my sole instinct to flee the waterline. My My hazy eyes single in on something ahead. The guide stands outcropping in the distance, watching like a sentinel. He doesn't even come to greet us. I stare at him for a moment, not even able to feel alarmed by my own lack of feelings about the situation. He uses his staff to gesture to the forest behind him before disappearing between the trees. I can only assume he must be asking me to follow. The guide takes us further inland, more towards the center. There's a view of the coastline from there, but we're also partially obscured by a few trees.
It's time to sleep.
No one has the energy to argue with him at this moment. I find the place as comfortable as one could ask for in a location like this, next to one of the trees further out, and lay down, trying to block out my thoughts. For once, exhaustion is my ally, and I slip off into sleep. My eyes slowly blink open, and I readjust the brightness at what little there is. The sun is obscured by that thick layer of fog, making it impossible to estimate the time of day. I prop my elbows and push myself up. The ground is hard and rocky, but that isn't the only reason I am eager to get on my feet. I check my surroundings. The harsh, craggy earth of the island is interlaced with twisting vines and gnarled branches. Beside me, Bemel and Lou are still fast asleep. The guide, however, is nowhere to be seen. I realize that I don't recall seeing him lay down with everyone. It is likely he left us hours ago. There is a creeping silence here. I can't help but shudder at the hollow, aching feeling inside of me. It refuses to relent. I shift my weight back and forth, unsure of what to do with myself. Memories of last night's harrowing journey flickered through my mind. Bemel wakes suddenly, rising with alarm and startling Lou's awake as well. My mouth opens then shuts, and after a moment of fumbling, a word finally escapes. Bemel gives me a gentle smile and makes his way over to me. Behind him, Lou remains on the ground.
Morning.
A pocket of quiet descends over us. Bemel sighs. The atmosphere is waiting on him already.
We should eat something soon. I don't trust what is on this island, so I'll have to split my supplies with Lou.
I still have a few rations left. I'd be happy to contribute.
Nice, we can eat.
Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'm not hungry.
Oh dear. Lou's back is turned against us. He still hasn't gotten up out of the dirt.
You should eat. You have to keep your energy up for the day ahead.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Bemel speaks encouragingly, like he's coaxing a nervous horse. Coaching? Coaxing? Lou buries his head deeper into his knees as he curls into a tighter ball.
No thanks.
Bemel slips a small chuckle.
Well, it seems I've lost my role as the childish one around here.
I look at Bemel and smile weakly at him. However, he's now frowning hard. I understand. Lou doesn't know what he speaks of, and the one who would isn't here. A distinct rustling of the leaves around catches my attention. The guide appears, emerging from the thicket. Oh, thank God. Bemel glares at him as he makes his way over. Lou doesn't seem to notice, as he's still facing away.
The Nixie will not tread on land in daylight. However, being near the shoreline is still dangerous. If you leave the center of the island, remain cautious. Before the sun sets, I will be in this area. It would be wise to meet me here before nightfall.
Why didn't you stay with us last night?
I sharply turns toward Bemel as he snarls and confronts the
If
guide.
you had just been there, none of this would have happened. She didn't have to die.
Oh dear, Bemel, this is not the time to play the blame game. We'll do that after we reach the safe shore, okay? Guide, because I hate you. Right? The guide stands unflinching and completely unaffected.
If all you're going to do is leave everyone to be lost, then why bother guiding us at all?
Despite Bemel's severe words, the guide apparently considered his piece here finished. He turns toward the forested area from which he came. This guide person, I'm almost sure he saw way too many people die in this lake. He probably heard it all too. That's why he's so unflinching. Because no matter how people tell him that he's doing an awful job, that he's letting them die, there's literally no one else to do the job. So he's already too jaded. Yes, he gives no shits.
Wait.
He has to be this jaded in order to do his job. Bemel calls out to the guide, reaching towards him. Before he can make contact, I quickly place a hand on his shoulder. He lowers his arm to the side, though I can still feel wrath emanating from him. We stay this way until the guy disappears from view. He's like a cashier at McDonald's, right? Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Bemel begins to kick at the ground, spraying tiny pieces of gravel about.
Bemele, I know you're angry, but regardless of our feelings, we need the guide. If he leaves us, we'll all die.
And we've done so well with him?
Yes, much like a cashier at McDonald's, he also has led many people to their deaths by high cholesterol taxes. Rates? Something. I give him a cold glance. He won't ever stop which bridge to take without the guide. He won't even know which bridge to take without the guide. Bemel knows that. This needs to stop. There are people counting on us to make it back, and what of Lou? Now I can imagine the guide using a McDonald's cap, right?
We can't afford to lose our way.
And he's holding a bucket of chicken nuggets. The anger etched into his expression, fades into sadness.
You're right, Kika. You're right.
Of course I'm right. I'm always right. He weakly swats his hand in front of his face, as if he's trying to shoo away his racing thoughts.
I can't stay here right now.
I nod, allowing him to live alone. Lou meekly calls out to me. I turn around to face him, though I don't speak. He's standing some distance away. He fidgets and glances over to the side. Before returning his gaze to my eyes, he gestures for me to come closer. I comply. He begins to whisper at me, but he fumbles with his words and I can't make out anything he says. I look at him inquisitively. Finally, he speaks up enough to be clear.
I'm sorry for what happened last night.
He speaks quickly as he looks up at me, eyes filled with sorrow. He shifts his focus downwards.
You would have been better off without me.
Do you mean when I had to stay behind?
Yes, you and your friend were almost completely abandoned. You got caught up in the fire, and it was a disaster.
But we survived!
It's alright. Nothing happened in the end. Besides, it isn't your fault that things turned out this way.
Yeah, it's kind of the guide's fault, truth be
It
told.
was closer to being my fault than anyone else's. I wasn't supposed to be here, and all I did was get in the way. The guide was right about me. I knew from the beginning that it would be like this too. I never should have stayed.
Oh dear. Finishing his thought, he sniffles as he turns away. Suddenly, I feel a strong surge of emotion rip through me. Everything is falling apart, and I do not have the power to change this. Quietly, I speak. Fuck. Lou continues walking away from me, but I do catch him flinch at that statement. I assume that he heard me, although he decided it was best not to acknowledge it. I look at the ground until I no longer hear his footsteps. I ball my hands into fists, still my will, and start advancing the direction the guide went. I push my way through the branches and reach the other shore of the island. I look for the guide, but he is nowhere in sight. How? Where could he have gone? I search the area further without success. The island is not in any way large. If I have not found him, it can only be because he does not wish to be found. I sigh as all motivation leaves me. I I think I simply need to be alone. It seems although my wish to be alone will be granted, there's no sign that they will be returning. A cold chill somehow whips its way down my back, despite the calmness in the air. I keep my gaze on the dark ground, taking breath so deep it stings the back of my throat. As I steadily empty my lungs, I try to empty my mind of all thoughts. I do not know what I'm doing anymore. Nothing is straightforward. I find something familiar and powerful in my thoughts and latch on. The mission. I have to try and focus on the mission. I need to be strong. My eyes dart back up. Is someone watching? I wonder if I'm afraid of being seen struggling like this, or if I hope I may not be on my own there. It doesn't matter. There's nothing but the silent island. Time seems so indefinite around me, passing slowly. On this island, it almost seems to move as slow as a stagnant pound. I shake my head, burying the thought. It's irrational, but I cannot bear to think of even old pond water. Gradually, my consciousness begins to include the world again. I do a few standard warm-up stretches, testing my mind and body. I do not know how long it's been, but I feel I have regained enough of my wits to continue on. I need to make sure everything's alright. I head through the wooden part of the island. There isn't anything that could be called a path, but I managed to pick my way through the bush quite well. Though a thinner stand of trees, I briefly catch sight of the guide standing on one of the beaches. He seems fine, but even though I'm sure he turned his head towards me, he makes no show of acknowledging me. I'm very into the story right now. It is very good, isn't it? I continue my check without heeding that. After moving on, I find Bamel in a jagged clearing, leaned against a tree. He's already noticed me and is looking my way smiling. As I get closer, I can pick up on the sadness behind the jovial expression. Should save. I think saving is a good idea.
How are you faring? Any problems?
Everything is fine. I came to check on you.
How kind. I've calmed down since then.
That's good.
I'm glad to hear that. Is there any way I can help or anything you'd like to say?
I only recommend good visual novels, Lamal. I see that, Felv. I really like this one. He raises an eyebrow at that, his grin becoming remarkably playful.
I didn't expect to see you so worried about me, Kika.
I have to force myself not to avert my eyes at that comment, embarrassment flowing into me. I see. Kika likes Bamel. Kika likes Bamel. Bamel notices my reaction. He does not draw attention to it, however, as a true gentleman should. Instead, he throws his arms out wide with a sour expression.
Have you seen the guide?
Bamel is clearly asking out of a sense of obligation and makes no secret that he is not pleased to be discussing the guide. I nod in response.
I saw him earlier. He is the same as always.
Although this one is on VN Friend, since they're the one that actually read it and showed it to me. But I did really think Kiba's thing, as it almost has the RPG Maker vibes in the story. Yes, it does. It really does. It's very good. It's very good. It's very good. I like this.
Good. In that case, I'm going to stretch my legs for a bit. I feel stiff from standing in one place for so long.
Bamel is stiff, everyone. I bid him a brief goodbye. Bamel waves as he departs. I find that I've been pacing back and forth for quite some time. I finished my check a while ago, so now I got nothing left to do but aimlessly wander. I'm overcome with restlessness. This island may be safer than the bridges, but that is far from enough to ease my mind. I quietly sigh and decide to wait on my own. If I go back now, whoever I encounter will know that I don't want to be alone. That is more troubling than simply staying where I am. I sit down and silently listen to the ambience of the island as I wait for time to pass. I can only hope this will be all end before I can no longer keep myself together. The sun begins to descend in the sky, and the light starts to fade into the fog. I feel relieved that it is almost time to leave this island. A chill slips down my spine at the thought of what comes next, however. And I need to take a bathroom break. I'll be right back, everyone. Be right back, okay? I'm back. Oh, what happened? PSRP, PSRP, pisses on the lake. PSRP, PSRP, pisses on the bridge. And Nixie comes up and grabs her PP. Then starts, well, that explains the white liquid on their faces. Oh god. What were you guys doing? Oh dear. Anyways. Bonk bonk. Bonk chat. Nothing. I can see the log, lunatic. I can see the log. I feel relieved that it's almost time to leave this island. However, a chill slips down my spine at the thought of what comes next. It isn't long before I hear someone approaching from within the brush. It is the guide. He emerges from the bushes and steps out into the open.
Hello.
He doesn't respond to my greeting. Instead, he narrows his eyes, causing the tension to rise that much further.
Lou is gone. He's dead.
I nearly fall backwards from his words.
What?
Second tick by, and the guidance says nothing as my panic pounds higher, harder, takes full control of my harder, and takes full control of my mind. This is not possible. No, this is a mistake.
I have to go look for him.
I would not claim this without good reason. Wait and you'll see. Night will fall and Lou will not come to meet us.
Crap. He's already aware of what has happened. My head feels as though it's being slammed against a brick wall. Did Bemel accept the guide's words as true that easily? I wish he was here. I need to talk to him. I want to see another human with feelings alive and well. Most of all, I want this to be wrong. I cannot help but hope for Lou to come stumbling out of the bushes. He could already make his usual belittling type of joke about himself, by pointing out how readily the guide was willing to forget about him. Frick. Guide, I killed him and ate a corpse. I barely rein in my burning desire to search for Lou, or at least Bamel. But I know the dangers of blindly wandering off on my own. I cannot make the situation worse by acting irrationally, so I don't move. Hey Norex, welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome! This is a good visual novel. Before it gets too dark, Bamel appears. I'm relieved until I get a look at his face. Then dread overtakes me. He looks distraught, scratches and nicks on his hands and sleeves. The guide's words must be true. Lou must be gone. I limply hang my head, trying to hide my increasingly watery eyes. As Bamel walks by, I can't find any words to say. He doesn't speak either. I manage to bring my weightly head up to look at Bamel's again. He's giving the guides a belligerent sneer, eyes ready to impure suspicion. The looks make me wary, but I don't ask. I still can't find the power to talk. All three of us wait in a deep, miserable silence until night falls. So, the story is we are trying to cross this lake that's full of monsters that come out at night, because at night the lake's water lowers and there's a bridge. We can only traverse during the night when it's most dangerous. Fun, right? And we found this kid that looked like he was in a really bad place. I tried to console him, but apparently it wasn't enough because he ran off on its own into the night. And now we're still trying to cross the bridge because frick us, right? Night settles like a shroud over the land, every inch of the world now covered in unrelenting darkness. Suddenly, there's a gurgling. The water parts as the bridge of Singlos rises, powered by some unnatural forces, creaking like they might fall apart. I feel an inexplicable pounding, like a hammer, in the back of my head, beating faster and heavier than my own heart. I clench my teeth to stop it from churning my stomach.
We must go now.
The guy doesn't wait for any replies, briskly staring the direction of the shore. Also, our guy doesn't care if we live or die. Bamel and I match his pace. I can feel the air waiting on us, sensation that slows our step despite being rested. Something hovers in my mind, the mirrored memory of the beginning of last night's journey. He probably charges in advance too. 1 day ago feels like lifetime past. The thick, inky water slushes reluctantly off the boards, bleeding back into the lake, until finally it stills. A shudder crawls over my body as I place my foot on the boards, but I quickly shake it off. I have no other option. We have to go through this again. All tense as day-old corpses, we walk over the bridges in silence. The only sound that accompanies us is the thick lapping of the water at the bridge. I mean, with this, you kinda have to charge in advance, right? The money sinks into the body of the lake. Bamel stays close by my side with a sour expression on his face. He evidently has little interest in masking his disgust. He murmurs something beneath his breath, but it is inaudible. I decide not to ask about it. It wasn't meant for me to hear. That's my point, lunatic. Oh? I feel as though barely any time had passed when it is explained that half the night has crept by. We encountered few sunk bridges which forced us to reroute, while other paths were rotten enough to make us stagger our steps. However, the biggest threat of it all is eerily absent, the prowlers. I haven't seen more than shadowy glimpses of them down the paths, and even those have simply been tricked by the fog. I feel I may be even more on edge tonight than last. Judging by Bamel's tenseness, he isn't set at ease by their lack of presence either.
Why?
I whispered the question softly, almost silently, as I scanned left and right across the impossibly empty bridges for any sign of movement. I pondered whether they're still wary from the consuming blaze that lit up the night yesterday, or if they are less dragging themselves across the bridges than usual, because many have already gotten what they wanted. My skin crawls with a touch of icy fingers at the thought that I can't control the sharp shivers that travels down my spine. Bemel catches my concern and brings himself closer to my ear.
This isn't right. It shouldn't be nearly this easy to cross. Not after what we went through the other night.
Let's say the red flag words that we always hear. It can't be this easy.
Could they be planning something?
Bemel lightly shakes his head. He speaks with suspicions in his voice as he peers the guide ahead. Spaghetti's good.
I don't know.
As time passes by, we continue to see nothing but more bridges and fogs. Besides me, Bemel is becoming more and more agitated the longer we go without disruption. I can read Bemel well enough to know that his anger is still directed at the guide rather than the bridges themselves. It was my hope that he would be able to contain his feelings towards our lead until we had put this maze behind us. That is becoming unlikely. I resolve to step in before he grows too heated, and there is yet another hazardous
Your
argument.
concentration is clouded, Bemele. What is troubling you?
Oh yeah, it's Bemele. Wait, wasn't it Bemel?
Surely you're already aware.
Bemel glowers hatefully at the guide. I pursue my lips for a moment before continuing
I
resonated.
do know that. However, you need to stop allowing that to consume you, or else you could get hurt. Or even...
Bemele relieves an exasperated sigh while crossly folding his arms.
That isn't possible. I can't stop myself from thinking about it. Everything makes so much sense now.
You think the guy is in league with the monsters, right?
What do you mean by that?
Recall yesterday, I asked him why he would lead others at all if he was heartlessly going to leave them behind. What if this is the reason?
Also, despite knowing you can get through ending first try, I know nothing of it and can't even tell you if it end up solving the mystery or not. Fair.
Before, we could scarcely escape these monsters, and now I can't even hear a whisper of one. What if they're already satisfied with what they've taken?
Oh, you think the guy keeps some people as sacrifices? My eyes widen and I stifle a gasp. The situation at hand giving both of us reason to think on that possibility is absolutely unsettling, but his conclusion is even worse still. The notion of the guide allowing others to die unnecessarily on purpose to make it less dangerous for the remaining few, that is not something I was prepared for.
Even back when we started, the first time we met the guide, he mentioned that at least one of us would die before the journey was finished. Didn't that exchange seem strange to you? He said it as though it was a price to pay for coming with him. The guide is free to do as he pleases. He can and will threaten to leave the entire group behind at so much as a hint of resistance. Nothing is stopping him. He knew this was going to happen. He had to know.
Okay, Bemel, I agree with you there, but I think his knowledge comes from experience. He just has seen too many people die. Doesn't necessarily mean that he's in league with the monsters. I take a few moments to breathe. Despite the danger, I only barely resist shutting my eyes against the world.
We need to make it to the other side. We must keep moving forward and survive. The guide is our only way across.
My usual reply to Bemel's worry does not make an impression. His eyes are not swayed. He continues to stare into me.
I'm saying he cannot be trusted with our lives at this very moment. I need an answer to that, Kika. What do you really think?
And he doesn't care who dies. He's not planning to who dies. It just happens. I feel like there is a question coming up. We can discuss at the end. Now is not the time. Coming to any decision on the matter is impossible right now. There's too much danger and too many unknowns to account for to reach any sort of conclusion. I have no choice but to shut the conversation down. I can only hope Mel will take it seriously.
When everything is through, then we may talk about it. End of discussion.
Mel doesn't battle me further on the issue. His face no longer retains any anger and only sorrow. He turns his gaze straight ahead. I mean, let's be real here. We really don't have a choice. Maybe we can catch the guy after we reach the shore and tie him up and ask a few questions. But until then, we have to move forward. Our progress continues steadily, and we still encounter no significant difficulties.
Much longer until we reach the other side. We've traveled quite a ways.
Bemel's quiet-breaking question doesn't sound particularly enthused.
It should only be another couple of hours.
Bemel is unconvinced. It's not only I who notices. The guide suddenly stops. Eerily, he turns his head to the side and looks back at us.
Is there a problem with that?
Is there?
We've progressed enough up to the bridges that at a much quicker clip at this time. Bemel's question was not of idle curiosity. He was confirming that the fact for himself. I should have known. The guide looks to be slightly irritated over the attitude Bemel has taken.
If you have something to say, you should say it. Unless you're afraid that I'm going to leave you behind.
His statement lands heavily on us. Did he listen to a conversation? There were no sounds to cover our voices. However, I had assumed we were far enough away from the guide to keep our words to ourselves. Uh-oh. He stares with such an icy expression, I nearly freeze in place. Bemel, on the other hand, heats up and grows more hostile. He leaves my side to rush into the guide's flickering light.
Don't.
This is going much too far. I urge him to come back. He ignores me and takes a stand facing the guide. Oh no.
Am I right?
Was I not firm enough?
After what I've done?
The guide isn't bothered at all by Bemel's entering his space. He gives a level answer.
No.
Well, that's grand. In that case, I'd like to know if I'm on the right track about something else. Are the monsters missing because they've already eaten? Or is there some other reason why they've all mysteriously vanished?
The guide pauses for a moment. His eyes close and he becomes completely still.
It's possible.
Bemel glares at the guide over the admittance. It is as though he heard nothing after the first line the guide spoke. The guide isn't
If
phased.
you enter these bridges, all you should expect is death. That is no secret.
Abandon all hope, ye who enter.
You need to stop putting so much energy into finding meaning, or else you will end up like the others.
Bemel ends up speechless, caught off guard by the guide openly discussing his accusation. The guide continues at Bemel's silence, annoyance leaking into his
You
voice.
think that the results would have been different if only I had said more or did something differently. But that is not true. The conclusion would be exactly the same. If Lou hadn't died when he did, he would have been lost at some other point during the trip.
Yup. Bemel seems to be finished with being surprised. His anger reignites.
It's all well and true. Why haven't you died yet? How is it that you've been able to cross these horrendous bridges over and over again without suffering the same consequences as everyone else?
Oh dear. The guide's face twists into a vicious snarl. He shouts.
I have died!
Oh fuck. It's a ghost.
I have no life to give. Everything I am, everything I could have been, was surrendered to this lake. That is the only reason why I'm able to stand before you now.
Is he a ghost or is he talking about how he has no other life but to do his job?
I can show you the way, and I can give you advice on how to survive the perils you will face. That is all I'm able to offer. Is that not enough for you? What else do you want from me?
Yep.
Kindness, sympathy. It's been far too many years since I was capable of giving anything like that.
He is a McDonald's cashier, right? Yeah, just like I figured, the job pretty much killed him inside. He finally stops to catch his breath, though the emotion in his eyes still shines intently. There is no response from either of us. An agonizing silence permeates the air. No one dares to even move. The tension is cut as the board beneath me starts to creak. My eyes dart down. The bridge is sinking. Rapidly, instinctively, I jump backwards, but the new section of the bridge grows horribly as it too starts to tilt into the water. They keep getting farther and farther away with each disappearing platform I move off to. Uh-oh, we're isolated. Uh-oh. I look up at Bemel's call. My chest tightens when I see him and the guide on what has become on the other side of a small chasm. I leap back just in time as the bridge under me snaps like a twig. Glancing over again, they keep getting farther and farther away with each disappearing platform I move off to. Dread creeps up on my neck and I nearly lose my footing once I realize what's happening. Desperately tumbling backwards, I finally manage to regain my balance. I use this to leap far enough back to the bridge. The bridge I land on doesn't immediately start to fall apart under my weight. In another 3 swift steps, I am finally on sturdy wood. The bridges reluctantly stop shifting and settle. The only trace left on what was once a huge section of the bridge is a few splintered boards floating in the murky water. The lake consumed it. Somehow, I'm not surprised at. Regaining my bearings, I face what has become my circumstances. Am I now separate from Bemel and the guide by a far wide gorge than anyone could leap? My throat goes bone dry as I teeter at the end of the bridge, mind wildly scrambling for a solution that doesn't come. I lock onto Bemel's face. He's completely aghast, darting from the other side of the bridge to the other like a panicked animal. There is no mistaking that he is desperate to help me in some way. However, there's also no mistaking that there aren't any options available for him. He turns to the guide with bleeding eyes, all his earlier hostility sunken within bridges. I'm far off to grasp what Benel is asking, but I get the impression he's seeing if there's another way. The guide turns to me. He's completely cooled down from the earlier interaction, back to his same placid expression. He focuses back on Bemel, who has now gripped him by the cloak. The guide says one word. Judging from the look of pure terror in Bemel's face, I can only assume it was no. There's no way back to them. The guide frees himself from Bemel's grasp and continues speaking. Bemel is still horribly shaken at his words. I can barely see from here, but I think he's quivering. As I watch the two discuss my fate, unable to say anything, fear starts to crawl over me. My arm runs cool, too cold to freezing. It is not long before the rest of my body follows. I notice Bemel cover his face with his still shuddering hand. The guide voice echoes loudly across the water, separating me from them.
Go back and take the next bridge you come across that goes west. There may be enough time for you to find your own way.
Yep, I'm on my own. I blink, taken aback for a moment before I quickly regain my composure. That's right, this isn't over. I still have my lantern with me. The prowlers are less active, and the guide says it's possible, then it could be true. I nod sullenly at his words and yell back.
I'll meet you there. Don't wait for me.
He bows his head and starts to slowly back away from the edge. Bemel pulls his head from his hand and looks at me. Even across the water, I can tell that he's crying. I smile forlornly at him as the wind whips against my back. I speak softly.
I need to go.
There's no way he could have heard me, yet I'm confident that the sentiment got across. I spin on my wheels and run back the way he came, searching for the bridge the guide said to take. I can only hope that we all safely reunite before the night ends. Was it west? I feel like you have to memorize it. I hope not. I'll save now. I spare a brief glance behind me. However, there's not a trace of them or even the dead end I was stranded at. With a painful contracting of my heart, I realize that I am truly alone now. Quickly, I shake off the thought and refocus my attention on what's in front of me. The first branching of the path that comes into reach. I skid into a full stop in front of it. The path west is dark and desolate as every bridge. It is impossible to see what's down the twisting way. The previous conversation comes floating back to me. Now that I'm here, I must face that concern. Is the guide reliable? Can he be trusted? I have to leave so that I can go on without being weighted down, that I don't regret. However, I can't help but wonder if the guide couldn't give me a proper suggestion because of the sinking bridges. A mistake could have been made. That sound It is also possible he knowingly gave me false hope to keep the situation calm, or perhaps he intentionally set me in the wrong path because it would be easier for them if I did not make it. I look between the pathways. Based on my direction, it does seem although the other options could potentially connect me to them before the west does, yet I cannot possibly know until I move forward. I need to make a decision. I'll follow the guide. I'm not going to this paranoid bullshit. It never leads to good places. No, I can't allow doubt to take control. We've known from the beginning that there is only one path that has led travelers to safety. His. I will take the guide on his words. Without wasting an additional moment, I make my way across the western bridge. The guide is a fact, man. I agree, lunatic, I agree. I walk at a moderately brisk pace, not wanting to risk tripping or running out of energy in a moment where I need it. If the airiness of the lake was disconcerting before, now it is overwhelming. The blizzard-like fog drifting over the water limits my vision to the span of my arms. The utter silence was a comfort, despite how otherworldly it felt, but the whispering of the lake has started to stir now. I gulp despite myself. They've noticed me. Uh-oh. As their shattering grows, I consider briefly if the others hear them as well, or if they have come out specifically because I am on my own. I straighten my back and walk more surely. I cannot let them believe I am an easy target. I even consider keeping my sword in hand, but it doesn't seem entirely likely they would realize it's something that could hurt them. To keep my mind from wandering to dark places, I count my steps like we used to in training. 1, 2, 3, 4. Despite my best efforts, things are starting to get to me. My worries wash over me, causing painful twinges underneath my clothes that make me jerk and twitch like a fly-bitten horse. The whispering human voices, the feeling of vulnerability, the horrible thought of being hopelessly lost, all melded together in consuming me. My pace breaks from the steady rhythm of my counting set. It quickens more as I start to succumb to fear. My brisk step turns into a long, frantic strides. Something in me is whispering, "Faster, go faster, don't let them catch you," and I listen. I break into a run, like moving on landmines. Flashes of fear explode in my mind, and I drive my feet harder, faster, stronger along the path. Until suddenly, my sense of reason returns, and I stop dead. My chest rises and falls with deep, heaving breaths as I try to calm myself down. The monsters erupt into an inharmonious chorus of what sounds to be wicked laughs. I fight the urge to shout back at the creatures. This feels like a nightmare I will never wake up from. I take another breath and resume my measured progress. Even after the first crossroad, I continue with the guide's simple direction, keeping west every chance I get. I have no other hints for this labyrinth. It is difficult to tell how much time has passed. It must be at least an hour, judging by how much energy I've expended. Since I recomposed myself, I have not stopped walking for a second. Despite how much time has worn on, the route still feels like an endless abyss. Then I hear noises which causes shuddering chill to creep down my spine, an uneven clicking, followed by a squelching sound. It's a prowler. I immediately turn to look behind me. There's nothing. I breathe out relieved. My ears search for the source of the noise, but without the bauble the Nixie are making, the direction is clouded. Babble. I strain my ears. That's it. The noise is drifting slowly from one of the connecting paths up ahead. I can faintly tell the noise is drawing nearer. The prowler has not arrived yet. This is gonna be an unfair choice, isn't it? But soon, its path will intercept my own. I will not wait for it to reveal itself, leaving me two options. I can run past the bridge connection to get ahead of it, or I turn back and find a new path to take. Go past. Never give up. I have faith that following the same path I've been is for the best. I still myself and build up speed. I get closer and closer to the branch with a lurking tread and pick up my pace so I'm sprinting. I hear a gurgling hiss as I pass through the crossroad. I must have been close enough to be painted by the light. It barely made it. Kiba, we'll go for 1 more hour? I will go as far as it takes to get at least one ending in this game, Momochi. So probably. However, I didn't hear any splash. It is still nearby. I look behind me to see if it at least decided to come no further. I will make popcorn. Okay, Momochi! Bring me some. Horrified, I realize that it's pointedly following me. It's no longer mindlessly dragging itself through blackness. I have become its target. Its limbs bent wildly and unnaturally. It looks as though it is only barely keeping itself upright as its torso wobbles on its hips. That isn't stopping it from giving chase. I focus my view back ahead and continue to run. My breathing rapidly becomes ragged. I can still hear the squishing footsteps of the prowler behind me as it lunges its body forward in that unnatural gait. Without warning, the bridge lurches to one side. Uh-oh. Catching me completely off guard, I lose my footing and slam onto the damp surface of the bridge. My light falls with me, painfully snuffing out. Splashes and the excited stirring of many voices come from the lake. My story is looking 2 hours and 100% completion. 8 hours is possible to get done today. I see. I think it will not be long until an ending. I don't think it will be a good ending though, and I will reload on that choice if it leads me to that end. Splashes and excited stirring of many voices come from the lake. How? Why? Is it rotting? Or did they push the support beams? Rushed main is an hour, and half leisure is 3 hours. I'm left with no time to ponder the mystery as the monsters draw near. I scramble back on my feet as it closes in. Grabbing my dark lantern, I resume running to put some space between us again. I open the latch onto the lantern and pull out a match. I'll have to slow down for at least briefly to properly light the flame without it blowing out. With that still on my heels, I must not let one precious moment be wasted. Set on my plan, and with everything in hand, I begin to decrease my pace. Phew. Moving as fast as I'm capable, I place a lit match inside the lantern, and the oil catches fire. As the flame grows, I hear the awful footsteps behind me begin to peter out. I steal a glance behind me. It has truly stopped. The return of the light seems to catch it off guard, and thankfully, it declines coming closer. Morning, Hato! Welcome to the stream! How are you doing today? Run. Oh yeah, I'm gonna gawk at it so it jumps at my lantern. It's gonna be good. No freaking way. Resting as I should. Good to hear, good to hear. Well, take a seat. We are playing Voices in the Lake. And it's about a knight trying to cross the lake and survive the horrors that lie within. We have a guide, but he won't sacrifice himself to save us, basically. Good, you better be resting. Right? After a moment's reprieve to breathe, I rush forward once more. Fighting isn't an option, and I need to get away from that monster. I'm not able to run fast enough, however. Uh-oh. I let out a loud scream as the prowler latches onto my body from behind. Crap. No, we are not. We're trying to get the fuck away from the horror. Guide started to just fuck it off as they're taking best boy from us, right? Maybe we gotta let the timer run out? I don't think so. I'm thrown into the ground again. The shock is great and the lantern slips from my hand, skidding across the bridge out of my reach. Okay, that's bad. Because it came in contact with the light, the prowler drops itself back into the depths without attacking again. There's no time to feel relieved. Arms of other nixies emerge from the water and reach up to the sides of the bridges, scraping the boards as they try to get to me. I try to climb up on my feet, but one of the creatures takes a hold of me before I can properly stand. I'm dragged back down to the ground, my jaws smacking hard against the bridge, and the nixis blindly pulls me toward the edge. Other slimy, clawed hands grab onto me as I jam my nails hard into a crevice on the bridge. I kick frantically at the silhouettes, but they keep pulling me closer to the edge. I curl my fingers around the uneven wood tighter. Despite all my effort, there's no support. My bloody, splintered fingers come loose. Uh-oh. Water engulfs my vision, heavily and cold. So thick, I can't even hear my own thrashing. I try to grab my sword, try to fight back, but I can't even get it out of the hilt. The resistance against me is all-encompassing. Something grabs my arm, and then my waist. I get pulled from side to side, or further down, first one way, and then another. The water feels like a solid substance, and being dragged against it like I'm being pressed through something. My vision grows darker and darker. I can't tell whether I'm going lower or whether I'm losing consciousness. My arms flail to bring me closer to where the surface is, but nothing is working. Complete darkness engulfs me. Was everything I've done worth it? I must believe that it was. Panic. And bad end. Alright, first load. Let's go. The closer to where we die, let's see if we can salvage the situation. Turn back. Okay, now popcorn. Alright, Mamachi. Deciding against risking any sort of encounter with the thing, I carefully back away. Quietly, I turn on my heel and retrace my steps. First load? Yes, Hato, the first load. It's the first time we had to reload the game. Wait, what? How's that load? After a short time, I come across a decent enough seeming bridge. With no better option, I take it. Soon, the sound of the prowler fades, then completely vanish into the night. Hold up, I need to sneeze. Sorry. Kiba's doing his first load. Oh god. Oh god. Thank you. I breathe a sigh of graceful relief and hope that I don't encounter any more of them going forward. Bless thine self. All over the prowler. Oh god. As I walk alone, longer still, in this purgatory, the worries that had been plaguing my heart become muted. Hey Rose, welcome to the stream! We're trying to survive crossing the worst lake in the world. It has all sorts of creepy crawlies hiding beneath the waters. Instead, a new fear grips me. The truth that I am becoming comfortable with the notion that there isn't an end to this. I must stop myself from quietly accepting such a fate. I grip the handle of my lantern tightly and grit my teeth. Various thoughts come in and out of the front of my mind as I fight to remain focused on the path ahead. Memories of my birth home, my wolf dogs Adali and Adelina, and the others who may still be somewhere out there as bridges. That moment when we were separated, the look on their faces, the last time I saw them. While going over it, I asked myself if I should have tried to go back to the island and waited for the guy to return. There on another journey. Oh, that would actually be pretty wise, not gonna lie. Hope everyone's doing great. I'll be better when Best Boy is back. Just crawl it out of bed, so don't drop me in the lake. Alright, Rose. I won't. My supplies would have been tight, however. I'm sure I could have been able to stretch them. Why didn't I think of that at the time? I could have recalled the way we went so far and made it back to solid ground. I shake my head. I shouldn't scold myself over things which cannot be changed. It is possible the guide won't be returning to the island for many days. And there are many other choices. I could have made what would have kept me from being in this position. All I can do is remain steadfast. That is my title, after all. Now we are already stuck at 2. Suddenly, I realize through the fog. The black sky is turning dark, blue. Dawn is beginning to rise. At this point, there's no use in keeping up my strength. I sprint down the bridge, going faster and faster as I hold out some sort of sign, anything. Eventually, I receive one silhouette of land peek out my field of vision. I can scarcely believe as I blink away the tears. With renewed spirits, I press down the bridge with increased speed, desperately trying to outpace the sun. The glowing orb peaks into view against the obscured sky and begins to ascend unfeelingly. With each step, the sky brightens ever so slightly more. I race to the oppressive fog and... I said fog and not frog, right? The bridge beneath me goes no further. It's just a hard drop off in the lake. It is a dead end. I nearly collapsed against the wood, the awful sight knocking the breath right out of me. I can see the shore clearer than ever, sitting on the horizon out of reach. No, you said frog, alright. My legs wobble again and fully give out beneath me. I hang my head, unable to look ahead at the beautiful sunrise outlining the island. Begrudgingly, my body heavy and lifelessly as marble, I stand and turn around the way I came. Deep inside, I know that there is no hope of getting into the correct bridge and reaching the shore before it's too late, but I don't care. I'm going to keep going. After too many drinks, some fellow guards talk about wanting to die fighting. I never thought about it before, because I didn't want to, but now I know what I want to be doing when I die. I want to be going forward. Running against all hope, I will never be safe again. Running in defiance, running to find my way back to those who need me. So, I sprint as the sky becomes red and darkness recedes. I cry unreservedly for the first time. At least, in this moment, I do not have to fear that the weakness inside me will undo all my efforts. It is already too late. My legs pound against the boards almost as forcefully as my heart beats. I shouldn't be surprised, but I am, when the bridge creaks and clanks together. My tears come faster, but I keep running across the treacherous bridge. even as thin lines of water starts to trickle across the sinking boards. Suddenly, I can't run anymore, as if to mock me. The bridge ahead falls away, leaving me another dead end. I halt, my face as wet as my drenched feet, staring to the sun, my eyes going bleary and star-crossed from the burning light. I hope the others are not here. I wish that they found the other side, that they are able to live happy, long lives. The bridge sinks rapidly now, jolting me into the cold black lake. I try to tread the water, but my armor weights me down in this dense fluid. Inevitably, my strength is quickly sapped away. I do not sink so much as plummet down into the lake. The desperate fighting, burning in my lungs, takes a few minutes to subside. Then I sleep into unfeeling nothingness. Yay! Frick. Ah yes, true despair comes from giving just that little bit of hope before taking it all away. I learned this from a card game anime. Well, I wanna try to stare into the face of that thing before we try another reload. That reminds me, there was a Roman general who died because they found an oasis and the dude jumped in with his armor and sank like a rock. Oh, that sucks. Oh, Narek said something, let me see. A good soldier doesn't hate what's in front of him, but loves what's behind him. Oh god, that is terrible. That's a really good line, Norix. That's really good. Okay, let me try to figure out. If I'm going to die in this route, at least I get to see the monster's face, right? Go past it. And now I'm gonna skip. Light the lantern. Stare it down. Let's go. I managed to calm my mind down from the commotion and recall what the guide said when we first encountered a prowler. You don't have to run or fight. You only need to keep moving while keeping an eye on it. I can't keep running forever, and doing so only seemed to invigorate them further. And there's the thing. That's the thing that's killing me. For everyone who just joined it, this is a prowler. A Nixie. I fix my stare on it, forcefully, as the creature reckles from my relit lantern. Moving at a steady but brisk pace, I continue forward, making sure to check behind me often. It creeps at a distance. However, the things make no more dramatic attempts to engage with me, choosing only to lurk. Damn, that sexy pose! Nixie, huh? Interesting. Norex, hey Hato! I'm set on edge by its presence, but in a way, it's strangely beneficial. It makes it harder to get lost with my own mind when there's the tension the air is so high. Reaffirming my goals, I go down the bridge after bridge, making my way to what I can only hope is the way out. Eventually, the prowler halts at the precipice of one of the branches. Frustrated, it paces back and forth on the border, as though something is physically stopping it from going further. I decide to take that as a good omen. This journey of mine returns to one of isolation. Even the whispers of Singlos have ceased. Suddenly, I realize through the fog, the black sky is turning dark blue. Dawn is beginning to rise. At this point, there's no use in keeping up my strength. Oh, here we go again. I sprint down the bridge, going faster and faster, as I hold out for some sort of sign, anything. Eventually, I receive one. The silhouette of land peeks into my field of vision. I can scarcely believe it as I blink away the tears. With renewed spirit, I press down the bridge with increased speed, desperately trying to outpace the sun. The glowing orb peeks into view against the obscured sky and begins to ascend unfeelingly. With each step, the sky brightens ever so slightly more. I race through the oppressive fog and... There's a voice in the distance. It isn't the horrifying sound of the monsters looming. It's Bamel. He's calling out to me. Bamele! I shout out back to him through the dark, foggy void. His voice comes out a horribly weak wheeze between deep, shaky breaths. I'm almost certain he couldn't hear me. I'm not bothered by that, however. I will find him. I'm coming, Bamele. Just please wait for me. I keep running against the incredibly light, and his figure comes, the increasing light, and his figure comes into view, here on the bridges. Bamele races towards me at high speed and doesn't slow down when he gets near. He grabs hold of my side and supports my dropping frame as I slow to stop. I barely choke out a sentence as I strain to catch my breath.
Why are you here?
I was looking for you, of course. I knew you had to be nearby. Don't worry over it. I wasn't reckless enough to go in the dark. I waited until there was some sun and stayed on one path.
He grins at his own planning skills. I grow cross at his risky behavior.
The bridges could have sunk.
Despite the admonishment, I'm terribly relieved to see him again.
You are free to give me a proper lecture some other time. Right now, I'd say it's time for us to get out of this damned place.
Yes, let's get out of here. I put all my weight back on my feet and nod at him confidently, though my legs still lightly quake beneath me. Bamele gives me a reassuring smile, something I had come to believe would never get to see again.
Don't worry, we're nearly there.
I provide a battered smile in return. The two of us tear across the bridge in the direction Bamele points out, and just as he's promised, the end comes into view. Against all odds, we both make it. I nearly tumble off the bridge onto a solid ground. I crouch on the ground and lay my head between my legs, unable to stand. I rest there quietly for a few moments, taking time to allow my breathing and emotions to set down. Finally, I look up my lap and see Bamele standing ahead of me. Both of our eyes are flowing with tears. Bamele walks over and sits down in dirt nearby. He gazes deeply into my eyes, with a gentle smile gracing his lips. No words need to be exchanged between us to know what the other is thinking. I'm glad for it, because I'm not sure I would be able to speak even if I needed to. The sound of sloshing and wood lurching captures our attention as the bridge begins to sink. In a few minutes, only the lonely dock is left. With that, the guide walks towards me.
It is time to leave this place. There is nothing left for you here.
Don't stop on the bridge, don't stop on the bridge. We didn't. Upon being addressed by him, I rise to my feet. He has a calm look on his face, though there is force beneath his serenity. I open my mouth in an attempt to speak. However, I quickly realize that Momochi has brought me popcorn and that I must stop to eat some. Hold up. Me too, Hato. I missed you being here. Yes, indeed. We all missed Hato, and anyone who didn't will please reconsider that opinion. Now! Okay, let's continue with the story. Yes, indeed, the streams were fun too. I opened my mouth in an attempt to speak. However, I quickly realized that a little idea of what to say. Do I thank him for this? Should I give him my trust? Was our survival because of him or in spite of him? Even now, I cannot know for certain. I mean, there was that advice that you followed that saved your life. I hate I hate missing even one string. So if I went for like 24 hours... Sorry. I need to drink some water. The little corn thingy. I'm okay. I'm not choking. Okay, it's bad. I'm better now. I hate missing even one string. If I went for like a 24-hour string or something, I don't know how I would be. Yeah. Okay, let's continue. And then, the fog is removed from my thoughts. After everything that has happened, it's become clear. I harden my face to match his serious disposition. There is something he is certainly right of. This lake isn't a place to linger. Strange. Alright. Going round and round in circles will never help. We cannot submit our lives to our minds on Singlaws. For better or for ill, there is only one person who can help those once they are within its grasp. The guide. If you were removed, this place would be no safer. What I must do, if I truly want to defend others, is to keep them from coming here at all. When I return to my village, I intend to make that information acutely known for our elder. For that to happen, we must leave. His eyes narrow, and as he looks over me. I begin to feel uncomfortable under his scrutiny, but for a moment, I could swear I noticed him smiling slightly. However, it could have easily been a trick of the morning sun. I look away to face Bemil, not wanting to get caught up in this any longer.
Melee, we're leaving.
He lifts his head at my voice and grins, though his expression quickly sours into a frown. He shows no eagerness to move forward and keep his distance. He still feels regret that it's only us who are leaving. I empathize greatly with him, knowing that feeling is one we'll never escape from, even after this lake is far behind us. However, he manages to weakly smile again.
Those words are music to my ears. Let's head out.
Bemil walks towards the forest without ever acknowledging the guide. That is for the best. On the whole, we must get away from here. It saddens me to think Bemil doesn't even have the strength to become angry, though perhaps he had an epiphany about this lake, and the same way that I did. We'll be able to discuss that on other occasions. Despite the firmness I so intently tried to have, my heart starts to waver. Margaret, Lou, they're both still here. I wish to give them a proper farewell. I want to do something. My eyes begin to water, and I almost turn back around. No, it is done. I need to remember that. They would never want me to ascribe their lives to Sinlos. Nothing would disgrace their memories more. I will keep them in my thoughts without allowing the lake to poison me. With my steadfastness, I will march into the light with no hesitation. With a solemn heart, I at last arrive at the hammer. They were grateful to see me, for it was a desperate situation indeed. The urgency meant that my mind was occupied with other matters. I worked tirelessly to aid Hammer's own guards in forcing back the brigadiers. But during the moments of calm, when the sun went down, I would remember the lake. Bemel was of great help during the fight. His outwardly positive demeanor lifted the spirits of many around him, but I could see from the shadows in his eyes that he hadn't forgotten what we went through. Nor would I miss the distance that had grown between us. He spoke fewer words to me, and I never gave him many either. Yet he seemed stronger than I had seen before. I admired his will. When receiving payment for his services, the guide must give a report of all those who both succeeded and failed across the lake. The name and fate of Margaret soon became known in Heimer. I added that she was an intelligent, thoughtful person, and urged them to show respect for her passing. I hope that one day I will have the opportunity to go to her hometown and give my own proper respects. His retelling of events had little to say of Lou. I know that because he was not meant to be there and has never been one to open up, but it still saddens me to face how I never truly got to know who he was. I can only pray that those who cared for him will learn the truth of what happened. I have not heard nor seen the guide since then. He will remain obscured in that realm of fog and fear, a mysterious light off in the distance that is ever out of reach of the real world. I worry about then, when I must return home to my usual life. It will be difficult to continue as things were before. One thing I know for certain is that my village elder must be told that no one is to cross Singlos again. I have already told that family leaders the same. Not a single more person should have to experience what we did. Its darkness will remain with me for the rest of my days. Though so much was lost, I try to believe that our lessons will keep others from suffering the same way, and in the end, something will be gained. Achievement lost. Oh wow. Let's see chat. I called the bank. They told me my grandma should just get her bank statements by email. My grandma has living memory in the era of superiority fights in 1944. When you talk about her about email, she thinks you're talking about a guy called Email. Made her consulted appointment with a bank. I wish them good fucking luck hearing her, cause I sure as shit ain't. The attach is hard for some people. Yup. There are some people who work with my mother-in-law who doesn't know how to make payments by modern methods, only by going to the bank. Yeah, I'm hoping a stark reminder of that fact. Get the lazy bastards to do their damn job. Out Kiba, I'll be head out now. Hope you have an enjoyable stream. Bye Zora, have a good one. Whoa, Lou just dead. Sleep well, drink of otters and kitties. Have an enjoyable day, Momochi. I shall, Norex. Loss? Yes, that's the name of the achievement. I have a feeling this wasn't the true ending, since V and friends said true solves the whole mysteries. But that was probably one of the best endings we could have hoped for. Right? Okay. Let me eat some popcorn, and we're gonna rewind a little bit. We're going all the way back here. I want to know if it's possible to save Margaret. At least so she makes it farther. Momo, illegal. What? Margaret stands slightly off to the side to let us pass. Careful not to get too close to the water's edge.
Thank you kindly, Margaret.
Stretch. Alright, Norex. I nodded her. Bemel and I positioned ourselves a few feet away from the guide, and in no time we fell into step falling into step in our new positions.
So, I don't want to sound like a child, but how much longer until we arrive at the house?
Ah, I see. Frick, you can do that on Twitch? Oh my god, Momochi, you're a genius. Margaret chuckles, reflecting the amusement. I don't want to
We still have
vocalize.
some ways to go.
Damn.
I suppress my laughter yet again at his pouting response. The gloom we've been under dissipates slightly, like light flickering through the fog.
The first trial tends to be the most difficult.
Wait,
I believe we will only react better from this point on.
she made the lost meme, Hato. Take a good look at the sticks. It's not 100%, but it's pretty good. You know, the webcomic one. It's one of the older memes. Oh, you wonderful children, bathing in sweet ignorance. You wonderful children who have never read Ctrl-Alt-Del in all its awfulness. Yes.
I like the way you think.
Then a gleam entered Bemel's eyes and he
I think
grins.
Kika deserves a round of applause. Her quick reflexes are owed the utmost appreciation.
He leans softly into my shoulder, trying to get me to... What?
It was indeed a sight. You're quite capable. Bemele was also a sight, but for very different reasons. The way he froze with his mouth all agape was a laugh in itself.
Bemel shakes a fist at Margaret in mock anger, then shoots at me an affectionate
You
look.
should know, she and I are usually on equal footing.
The only reason you had footing at all is because she pulled you back.
Actually, Falf, it's worse. It was a miscarriage. Bemel laughs self-consciously, scratching his head.
That's very true. You can always count on Kika.
I keep my eyes steadily ahead, unsure how I should respond. I'm pleased, almost grateful to hear what they think of me, but I don't know what I could say that wouldn't seem pathetic. Instead, I contribute the best I can. I keep my focus on the path ahead of us. Without response from me, the conversation quickly dies out. Still, it eases my heart to be on such friendly terms with my companions. It's strange, in the middle, watching over the guidance. Until now, I didn't notice how smooth his movements are. There's a sense of grace to his actions, even in the basic tasks of walking down a bridge. Changed my cursor to a pizza. But yeah, sorta sad people memed and it was based off real event. Ouch. It's because it came out of nowhere, right? Oh, here we go. Guide's getting away. I did the same to match his pace.
Guide, why are we going faster?
He doesn't reply, doesn't even look back at me. Instead, his speed almost doubles. I glance back, worried, but Margaret is keeping up with us. The guide keeps moving faster and faster, until finally, we're on an all-out sprint. Figures in the dark fog fly past us in a blur, and it occurs to me that the branching paths in the bridge appear to be sinking. I swallow my rising panic. The guide shouts something, but it's drowned out by the frantic pouring of our footsteps. I'm trying to piece together what he said. Don't stop, turn? When he takes a masterfully sharp right down a different path, using his own momentum and sleek wood to slide to the new direction with no loss of speed. Despite the sudden turn, my reflex enable me to keep close to him.
We're making a right.
And I know the origin of Lost meme about that it's a webcomic panel about miscarriage and that people keep finding the shapes everywhere. Bemel is on his heels, following me on the turn. I glance back once more. Margaret, though further behind than before, also makes the turn. We're all still together. Oh, we saved Margaret! Geometric rolling, essentially. Yes, Felv. As the night wears on, our strength rapidly fades. Even my stamina is being challenged. I can't imagine what this must be like for Margaret. She's holding her side as she runs, clearly cramping from the exercise. How much longer will this last? People have to rest sometimes. Almost as if in response to my thoughts, the guide abruptly halts. I skid to stop as well, sliding on the surface of the wood.
Why did we stop?
Bemel's voice is tired, but the guard is up. The guide doesn't answer, just stares at something slightly out of view. I step up to join him, following his gaze further down the path. Oh, nice! We've got Margaret and we can find Lou. There, curled in a little ball, illuminated by the lantern's light, cowers a person. His hands grips his head and he rocks from side to side, mumbling coherently.
It's a man.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't. I just couldn't. Please. I'm sorry.
I'm struck with an array of questions. What's going on? Why would he wander out into these bridges on his own? Did he make it this far by himself? Were there others like him? If that's somehow the case, I can't blame him for the state of shock he's in. Yes, I am, Felv. Yes, I am. I'm gonna try to save everyone and see what happens. The man stops mumbling. He glances above him, seemingly only just now having the strength to lift his head. You want more popcorn? I do. Would you be so kind? I stare at him in shock, not sure what to do.
Leave him.
I snap my eyes away from the man and instead of the guide's cold, implacable face.
No! We can't just leave him here. We've managed fine enough already, and these creatures will probably pluck him away as soon as we've gone. Without light, it's certain he'll die.
Very true.
Make it regardless.
The guide turns to look at us. His eyes seemingly glow in the closeness of the lantern. For the first time, I feel uncomfortable in his presence.
Whoever shelters him will only risk dragging themselves down with him. Leave him.
I glance at the others. Bemel's outraged, but Margaret staring at the man with something like fear. She's uneasy, but she doesn't voice her concerns. I'm trying to think of some kind of compromise. Where the guide speaks again, his voice is cutting.
If the man comes, then whoever is shielding him will have to remain at a distance from the rest of the group. Far enough that you can't see me, just my light. That is how you will travel across the bridges. I didn't agree to lead this man, and I won't. If you ask me to, I will leave you all behind.
Adrenaline surges through my veins as I tense up. It is a painful reminder that the guide isn't here to save our lives, but merely show us the way. We're on our own. Margaret, Bemel, and I frantically share more looks between each other, trying to communicate without words. None of us have the desire to speak and be the first to make a choice. The man standing now, though still hunched with his arms wrapped around himself, as if expecting a blow. He stares at the ground rather than at us. Because of this, I'm having trouble reading his face. What exactly happened to him?
Are you well, stranger? Do you know where you are and why you're here?
Ooh, I figured out words. Good job, lunatic. Which ones? He glances up, not at me, but towards me, his eyes resting somewhere near my collarbone.
I'm fine. You all can go on your way. Forget you even saw me here.
That's absurd. You have no way to defend yourself. We can't leave you.
Yes, I'm sure in your eyes I might not seem like much, but that's not exactly a fair shake. Maybe in a perfect world, every man would be as large as you. But that's not how things always go. Doesn't mean I'm defenseless.
The man's response is meandering. The words themselves seem to be in good jest, but he's still barely looking at us, fidgeting with his hand. The male frowns unimpressed.
It was a joke.
He smiles hesitantly, making eye contact with each of us for the first time.
What part of it was supposed to be the joke? Do you even realize what is happening in this moment?
Never mind. Forget that too. Point is, I'm alright.
You were curled up in a ball when we met.
Exactly. Something must be wrong with you.
Oh no, sounds like you've been talking with my father.
He lets out a weak little laugh, coupled with an eyebrow raise, voice trembling. No one really knows what to make of this. The man gives a small wave and begins down the path we came. Bemel huffs, tossing his hand in the air.
That's not even the right way.
The guide takes his job very seriously and focuses only on it, but his job is to guide people, not help them live or save them. Yes.
It could be, if he's trying to get to the side we came from.
He must have come quite a ways if it was the other shore that he started on.
The man's smile grows.
That's not so bad.
There is no response to this remark, unsure of what could be said.
I still think he should come with us. A person needs a light, and the guide himself said he won't be able to manage on his own. Sticking with us is his best option.
I look over the man's body, noting the scrawniness of his limbs. Scrawny, not necessarily lacking in muscle. The bravado he was showing as he tried to leave us has faded yet again. And now, he's standing quietly, looking at us as if watching a play. Interest, but no true connection to the events.
It's easy for you to say such things, but whose light are you offering? It's not mine, and you are putting her in even more danger with your own presence already.
Bemil looks at Margaret. She avoids his gaze.
Perhaps I could have let him share my light before. But the guide has said the one with him has to remain behind, and I simply wouldn't be able to manage it.
Yep, it's gonna have to be me. Bemil's hand turns into fists. He looks away but doesn't say anything. For a moment, no one does. I feel a cold sweat on my brow as what I feared comes to pass. He's stopping us from protecting another. Why must he get involved now? Why can he not leave us to make our own decisions?
Don't worry about me. I'll be on my way now.
The man's voice is full of something I cannot place, and he starts to shuffle back down the way he came, arms still clenched around himself. Margaret might not be able to make him, but there's another way this could be solved. I could stay back with him. He only gets involved if he risks it as well. I love this dude. I'll put Mama and myself at significantly more risk, but at least this man will stand a chance. I straighten my arm out like a rod, blocking his progress past me. His thoughts
I
perplex
am not
me.
afraid to stay behind, as long as Bemele can remain upfront with you in your light.
By the way, do you guys want me to fast forward this part, since technically I already did this the first playthrough? The guy doesn't say anything, doesn't even blink. Margaret covers her mouth with her hand, muffling some sort of gasp. Bemel smiles sadly
One
at me.
can always count on you, Kika.
The man meanwhile stands with his mouth agape, truly and genuinely shocked.
What will it be?
Yeah, there's a few different dialogues. Okay, lunatic. Margaret sputters for a second, searching for words, but clearly unaware of what to say. Bemel chimes in before she can get anything audible
I
out.
can stay in between you and the guide. I don't need to be right next to either of you. That way you won't have to worry about a repeat of what happened earlier.
I wouldn't refuse you being here.
The guy doesn't acknowledge them. He stares at the stranger. The man shakes under the attention.
No, really. I could just go on my own. It's fine.
I step closer to him, lending the support he seems to desperately need.
You do not need to go this alone. I will protect you.
The man stares at me. I return his gaze, willing him to see my certainty. There need no blood spilled tonight. Slowly, the fear melts off in his face, replaced with some kind of resignation. Then, he drops his gaze to the floor.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I grasp his shoulders and turn to the rest of the group.
You should get a head start, correct? You'll have to put some distance between us.
No! No, we don't have to do that.
Yes, we do.
Unnervingly, there's a hint of an emotion in the guide's usual empty voice. Anger. He starts to walk, not waiting for a reply. Margaret grits her teeth, eyes filling with tears, face flushed. She mumbles something in a small voice, something I'm just near enough to hear.
Why am I always so powerless?
The statement catches me somewhat off guard. Margaret powerless? She's not a mercenary, to be sure, but she seems so certain of herself. Then again, I don't know the reason she needs to cross this lake. Before I can decide whether I should respond, the tears fade from her eyes. Margaret takes a deep breath.
Please be careful.
She takes a few steps back, lingering near enough for Bemel. Bemel smiles at first at the stranger, and then at me.
Take care back here, alright? We'll all be together again when we reach the halfway island. It won't be too much longer now. We'll have a nice little camp out, and you can properly introduce yourself to us. Maybe even tell a real joke or two.
The man emits a nervous little laugh and ducks his head. The prospect must be enticing to him. With a stranger having pulled himself out of the conversation, Bemel looks seriously at me.
I'm sorry to put you in even more.
Stop.
Bemel shakes his head, still smiling.
I don't begrudge you at all. In fact, I'm glad you did. All I want is for you to remember that goal. Each of us, together, on the island, and then on the other shore, safe. This isn't about what our job is, or where other people need us to be.
I nod in response. Bemel opened his mouth, then closes it. He swallows hard.
You too.
I'm surprised to hear his voice wavering slightly. He swallows again, then continues.
You two should look out for each other.
He takes a few steps back, as if to go, but his eyes don't leave mine.
Watch out for yourself, too. Not just for everyone else.
I will.
The guide's figure disappears, with only his lantern to lead the way. Bemel and Margaret have finally forced to leave behind and catch up with him. I watch them disappear in the fog, an odd feeling in the pit of my stomach. I cannot recall the last time I had difficulty seeing someone leave.
You should go after them.
I start. I almost forgot the man was there, standing right next to me. Now he looks at me with desperate eyes.
You don't need to do this.
What?
I'd rather know you returned
Oh,
to
this
them
part's
safe,
the same.
and that you all had a chance to make it back together, the way they acted. Having to go on without you, no one would feel that way for me. I'm not worth it.
Kinky, sorry.
It's not.
I stop, unable to say the last word. Can I claim that it's wrong? This is the one thing that he seems sure of, and now I do not know him. Empty platitudes may be worse than nothing at all. He smirks at my mumbling reply. I'm caught off guard by the change. With only that, it seems like he's in his element. He continues to grin more so to himself than me.
You lot certainly made a scene, huh? That's nice. Being loved and all.
He clarifies after I must have given such an undesired reaction to the statement. I'm so disconnected with myself, I am unsure if surprise appeared on my face. It was or if it was the lack of emotion that I put him off. Kinky on the bridge, but the Nixes are watching, or maybe they enjoy it. And join in! Oh god.
I don't know exactly what
Cursed.
kind of love it is you share, but there has to be a bond in that group of yours.
He laughs and then speaks quietly.
It doesn't matter. I can still try for the other shore. Go.
My certainty shocks him. I can tell immediately he has returned to his meeker self. The man starts to speak again, but I interrupt.
We should start walking. That should be enough of a head start for them.
He hesitates for a moment, but ultimately begins walking at my side. I am relieved. I can never be quite sure of what will come from this one. He moves in silence. The man doesn't seem to want to speak anymore, but he keeps glancing at me as if expecting something. Somehow his odd behavior is comforting rather than disconcerting. Perhaps it's because he's more nervous about it all than I am. Oh my god! Hello! Hey Omuji! Hey Omuji Raid! Welcome, welcome! Welcome Raiders! Welcome to the stream! How are you doing today, Omuji? How was Atelier? Hello, hello! How are you doing? It was pain, but it's okay. Oof. Hard boss? Or maybe hard to drop the crafting materials? Hello, hello! Welcome, welcome! I'm Kiba Akitsuki. I'm a wolf ninja, and I play a lot of indie games. Today we're playing Voices... Lake of Voices, right. Lake of Voices, a recommendation by our Shatter, Felvair here. Hello, the boss pain, so I had to change to baby mode. Ah, I see, that's so frustrating. I understand. Also, did someone join? Did I miss someone joining? Hope I didn't. Anyways, welcome everyone, welcome. So, this is Lake of Voices, and it's the story about a group of people trying to cross a lake that is crawling with evil monsters. And our guide kinda sucks. I'm ready to finish the game and move on to Triangle Strategy. Oh, you're gonna play Triangle Strategy next. I am still debating whether I'm gonna play that one or not. Let me know what you think when you play it, okay? I like the guide. Yes, the guide is very indifferent. I shouldn't allow myself to get comfortable. However, we're in a more dangerous position than ever. Yes, it looks so good. I'm excited to start. Oh, I'm glad. Disrespecting the guide in my house. I like B. That's for another game, Narx. That's for another game. The whispering from the lake, so faint after Bamel's close call, now surges forth. It grows nigh unbearable, the creature steaming below the surface. I dare not speculate on what has them so excited.
Have you a name?
The man chuckles dryly.
Barely.
Hi, Barely, I'm dead. We're in a more dangerous position than ever. No, you're from another game. Very kinky. Oh god, lunatic, you're on fire today.
I don't really know.
Or should I
what
say
to
on hit?
take from that.
This time his laugh is more of a bark. Quickly out and swallowed back up. Then he frowns.
Lou. Only 2 letters. So barely.
I see. What are you doing out here without the guide?
Today? Oh, fair. Always. Perhaps the question isn't appropriate to ask. After all, only the darkest of circumstances spurred someone to cross Sinlos. But this situation is very strange. It might even go so far as to say it's suspicious. I know that's not fair, but I can't help it. Years spent anticipating dangers have made me that worry.
That's a good question. I'm not sure I know myself.
What does that mean? Is that some sort of joke too? Or do you genuinely not remember how you arrived where you are?
No, it wasn't a joke. Or, well, there is a point to it all.
Then, his voice, already by nature light and airy, drops to a whisper.
But I don't know why I even tried. You'd think that I'd be able to call a spade already, right?
Dad, did you put aphrodisiacs in the food again? Hee hee. Laughing incoherently. God damn it, Dad. If Lou dies again, I'm rioting. I'm gonna try to keep him alive this time, Felf. I know what to do. He looks up, noticing my gaze still leveled at him. Then, he shrugs.
I'd rather not talk about it.
As what has become the norm, I don't fully understand what he means, but I can at least guess that he's not very happy with himself at present. And, like it or not, he won't be sharing his real reasons with me.
What about you? What brings you out on this little adventure?
People. On the other side. People who need my help.
He knows what to do. He can see the future. We've been over this.
Someone waiting on you? Then why are you risking yourself on me instead of worrying about what's going to happen to them?
Kid has a very low opinion of himself. I feel my brows furrow from a speck of alarm. Is that really what he took from all this? I survey his face with a flick of my eyes, but there is no mischievous gleam in his look now. He's serious. We hold eye contact from the moment until he yet again stares down at the ground.
Sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. It just fell out somehow.
Anything
I wasn't
spooky?
thinking.
Anything spooky happened so far in the game? Bonkas. Well, let's see. There's the lake monsters. They shamble towards us quite a few times. And I even died twice, drowning in the lake. Each time a more horrible way than the last. So, yes. But I think it's not... We're gonna be okay this time. You're important as well. His stare shoots back up at me, eyes wide.
Of course I'm going to be there for those counting on me. But you aren't nothing. I won't simply turn my back on you.
Yeah. I am. I'm gonna be fine. Especially since I can save the game. Let me see. I can already save over this. There you go.
I probably have to disagree.
Kiba, we are not. We're going to
it's
be
nice of
okay
you to
this
say.
time.
We may not know each other well, but you wanted us to go on without you for our own safety. You even tried to have a sense of humor about it. That counts for something.
My statement is far from grand, yet he becomes distinctively bashful all of a sudden, twitching his legs with each step. He hangs his head and mumbles his next phrase. Sadly, he seems unaccustomed to receiving praise.
That's true.
Kiba, we are not. We're going to be okay this time. We are nut mlem. Mlem.
Thank you for staying back with me. It's kind of nice.
No need to thank me.
Oh, right. I can't even show gratitude correctly. Of course.
I go give him a look, but he's smiling. He looks less pitiful than usual. He almost seems content. While crossing Singlos? How? Why? Singlos is the name of the lake, by the way.
It is not funny to make a joke out of thinking that way about yourself.
If you don't want people to say things like that, then you shouldn't reject their thanks. Either I did right by thanking you, or I did wrong.
Fine. You're welcome.
This time, he lets out a real laugh, though a short
I'm
one.
glad.
He stretches his arms out in front of him and elongates his strides, as though he's walking a bit ahead of me. It sits wrong with me. He's relaxed and completely unguarded. He's even fine with distancing himself from the light, and all the odd comments he has said so far. Then the thought strikes me. Maybe the reason he's so calm is that he doesn't care what happens to him. My heart pummels in my gut. For a time, there's a relative peace in the silence between us. Then Lou sighs heavily.
I never could have seen myself in a situation like this. It seems things really aren't over until they're over.
Did you think it was over?
He doesn't answer immediately. When he does, the reply is accompanied by him grasping himself, like he might fall apart if he lets go.
Yeah, I did.
That would have been a normal outcome for the situation. Alone, lightless, I shouldn't have asked. I must have let a frown slip through, because Lou smiles a non-smile. He stretches his hand behind his neck and gives a little chuckle.
Something really is wrong with me. Somehow, I feel lighter.
Alright. Well, maybe this is good. If he's feeling better than he was, then perhaps his view of himself will improve.
I wonder who'll still be left standing when this is truly all over.
What?
Everyone will be.
I say it firmly, to end the discussion, but Lou's expression grows grave and unusually sympathetic. It's 2:20 a.m., so I'm off to bed, Kiba gang. Have a great stream and have fun. Okay, Amuji, thanks for dropping by. Go have a good rest. See ya, and thanks for the raid again.
You know that's not possible, don't you? Someone will go. You should focus on making sure it's someone else.
You don't seem to be concerned with self-preservation.
Sleep well, Amuji. Dream of others and kitties. Have a nice rest and good night, Amuji. Bye-bye. Thanks for the lurk. That came out more hostile than I had expected. He doesn't mind it.
True, but it's not the same for me.
I still don't know how I'm supposed to interact with a person like him. Making conversation is already not a strength I possess. Regardless, Lou echoing that sentiment was not something I had expected. The whispers from the lake, which had already grown, now speak faster and clearer. The individual words are almost audible. I'd like to be able to make them out if I knew the next language. For a split second, I wish I did. The light in the distance still drifts along in the same path and manner as I did when we first started walking, which I take to mean the path hasn't turned us so far. Hopefully, that means we're still on the right path. But the light got brighter? It's strong enough that I have to glance away for a second, and the next time I look, the light has grown. The bridge is on fire. I grab Lou's arms without thinking. He's standing there stiff, staring at the glow, eyes though.
We're going to run.
To hell with the guide's orders. If we don't go now, we'll never go anywhere again. Lou doesn't respond. I give his arm a small tug and he appears to come to himself when he nods at me. I make the decision. Then, that I won't let go of his arms. I won't know what will happen to him if I do. We take off, heat growing each step. The dankness on the bridge means the fire spreading slowly, but it makes me question how it began in the first place. There's no end to how wrong this place is. It takes 20 paces before the air around us ripple, then starts folding to itself. Thick smokes pour over us, stinging like scorpions at my eyes. I cover my mouth with my free arm and keep reading, and soon we're at the fire itself. The bridge is lurched beneath us, as if the beams supporting it are starting to give way to thousands of flying sparks. Lou stumbles and pulls against me for support, but we keep our ground. I start pulling him through the blaze. We don't have time to get our bearings. Who knows how long we have until the bridge collapses or it's devoured by flames. As we push through the smoke, Lou's wheezing for breathing beside me. Figure emerges. Belmel and Margaret. Ooh. I look at the two, and the situation around them baffled. None of the individual pieces make any sense, until reality of it hits me out at once. The guide is gone. Margaret pauses at the bridge. Her lantern is at her side. It's her glasses she's missing. Bemel is off the other side, lanternless with only the flickering embers in the wind to keep him out of the darkness. I want to pretend that they're both fine, that they'll be capable of handling themselves, but I know that's just wishful thinking. Both of them are in danger. Oh no! Oh no! We're gonna have to make a decision. I don't know how the Nixie feel about fire, how daring they'll be with it so close by, but I can't assume this is an opportunity that they wouldn't want us to miss. I have to do something, and I have to do it now. I think Margaret's in a worse position. Without wasting another second, I run to Margaret's side. Lou in tow. I'm the one who puts her in danger, and she needs me. I have to be there for her.
Margaret!
Margaret's head shooks up, eyes squinting through the smoke, tears like ribbon gleaming down her face. Whether they're because of smoke or panic, I don't know. I'm nearly at her side when a shout goes up from the other end of the bridge. A chunk of the bridge near Bemel has vanished, collapsed into the water, and in his place are Nixie trying to crawl their way up. Bemel is backing away from them, but there's only pushing him closer to the edge. I check on Margaret again. She's on her feet and heading over to me, but she's standing where she's standing now. She has her lantern to keep those monsters at bay. I leave her, running to get my light to Bemel. Good. Bemel stopped in the perfect center of the bridge, unable now to move forward back. Instead, he turns to me, face pained in a way I never seen from him. All he can do is wait for me to come and hope it moves soon enough. But as I approach, so does the Nyx, a Nyx larger than I knew they could be. It pulls itself halfway out of the water, reaching for Bemel. And it grabs him. It lashes his arms around his torso. Bemel lets out an agonized scream, the Nyx claws anchoring into his flesh, and the creature lets itself fall in the lake, using its body weight to take Bemel with it. I run faster, reaching my arm, my lantern out to him. Bemel doesn't reach back. He just looks at me. Oh, frick, that really... So we really can't live all four, huh? Jesus Christ, game. Hold up. Let me ask. I need to know. Not Bemel. Chat, what do you want to do? I'm asking you. Should I reload and let Margaret die? Keep going for now. We'll decide by the poll. Narx, if you don't want me to reload it, vote on the poll. I made a poll. Keep going, it's impossible to save everyone. Okay, so we got one yes, one no. So I'm gonna keep going. He falls backwards into the lake. The Nyx weighs too much for him to resist. After a moment, the water stills. There's no sign of him. I stop, panting, still feet away from where Benel falls. Tear burns my eyes.
No, he can't be gone.
That is true, Felv. Something tugs on my arm. I panic, but it's Margaret. I gape at her. I can barely keep myself together.
What happened to the guide? Is he also?
My voice cracks in spite of myself. I don't know what I want to hear. That I want to hear the answer, but it has to be said.
No, I don't think so. I couldn't see through the smoke and without my glasses, but I didn't hear anything.
How did this happen?
In terms of our survivability, this was a really dumb choice, but
While we were running through the fire, the bridge shook. It knocked my glasses off. I bent down to pick
poor
them up.
Benel.
There were footsteps. Someone kept going, and then Bamele asked if I was all right.
Oh. The tears returned to her, and she wiped her nose on her sleeve.
He said he'd stay to keep watch while I couldn't see.
That sounds like Bamele.
I'm so sorry.
I don't say anything in response. I can't. The bridge trembles again, and I gather my wits just enough to get through
We need
this.
to leave. Which way did the guide go?
It sounded like he just went forward, and then I couldn't hear him anymore.
That will work. Lou?
I look around for him, realizing he's not with me any longer. At some point, I let go of his arm. He's standing to the side, gaze glazed, transfixed on the darkness. He seems completely unaware of everything that's happened. The fire, the Nixie, the death. I step forward and yank him back to my side.
What are you doing?
He flinches at the unexpected contact and looks attentively at me, but doesn't offer an explanation.
I'm sorry.
Benel died? For what have I returned? That is all he ever says. I let go of him.
Both of you stay close. We are not going to separate again.
We keep down the path, the flames still gradually gnawing at the planks behind us. The guy doesn't turn up, nor do any signs of him, but we push on. We will not stop moving. Then we do. The bridge comes to a dead end of rotted out boards, collapsed into the lake. For a moment, our breathing stops at once. This was the way that led to the island. Then, I flip back to face the others, my expression unaffected. I'm not going to allow panic to sap this group's of judgment.
Let's look for another bridge.
I resolutely begin retracing our path. The other follows without protest. Our regression is silent except for footfalls and the snapping soggy wood attempting to burn. We frequently have to step over smoldering sections trying to come aligned. I don't know. At one point, Wilhelm Fenn have to walk at one time, sideways, to avoid a wildly flickering small fire billowing out black smoke. Just as my spirit beginning to dim, we come across a different section to take. Among all the forks, there are only two that aren't collapsed or too consumed by fire to risk following.
We're lost.
Her voice is scarcely more than a whisper. I barely make it out over the sound of crackling flames and splintering wood. Lou's gaze is flickering down either path. There's palpable sense of anxiety coming from him.
I don't know. I don't know which way.
Yay.
It's alright.
But it's not alright. We have to do something to go off of. We have to have something to go off of. Anything at all. A cold sweat trickles the way down my back. Before anyone tries to randomly choose, a noise catches my attention. I hastily address the
Did
two.
you hear that?
It sounded like a whistle.
It came from the right.
Lou and I traded looks. This could be the signal we needed. But what if it
Those
isn't?
monsters know how to whistle.
I would assume not, but
We should go right, I think. To where the sound came from.
I'm a little surprised Lou is offering his own opinion. It's good to hear, however. I take a deep
I
breath.
agree. There's more of a chance the whistle was a sign for good over ill.
Yes, our course is decided. We move as one down the right path, no longer hesitating. As we follow the bridge down, there is no sign of the end. There is no need to debate between directions again. We start to outpace the fire, one danger thankfully fading away, but the night continues to lighten regardless. I glance at the sky and realize what's happening. The sun is rising. The bridge will sink into the water. As the darkness disappears and take us with them, we'll be lost. It suddenly seems pointless. We don't even know whether we've gone the right way, and we still haven't caught up to the guide. We can't outswim the Nixie, and we can't even outrun the dawn. We're going to run out of time. Yet, we keep moving forward. And finally, our perseverance is rewarded. The silhouette of an island rises up in the distance. The island grows rapidly larger, and soon the scent of the earth and trees reach us. In spite of all the horrors of this night, a dock emerges from the fog before us, welcoming us to safety. We reach the shore. I don't believe it until I step out of the woods and my boots sink into the sand. I walk further inland like a corpse, my sole instinct to flee from the waterlines. My hazy eyes single in on something ahead. The guide stands in an outcropping in the distance, watching like a sentinel. He doesn't even come to greet us. I stare at him for a moment, not even able to feel alarmed at my own lack of feelings about the situation. He uses his staff to gesture through the forest behind him, before disappearing between the trees. I can only assume he must be asking me to follow. The guide takes us further inland, more towards the center. There's a view of the coastline from there, but we're also partially obscured by a few trees.
It's time to sleep.
No one has the energy to argue with him at this moment. I find a place as comfortable as one could ask for in locations like this, next to one of the trees further out, lay down, trying to block out my thoughts. For once, exhaustion's my ally, and I slip off into sleep. My eyes slowly blink open and readjust to the brightness. What little there is, the sun is obscured by a thick layer of fog, making it impossible to estimate the time of the day. I prop up my elbows and push myself up. The ground is hard and rocky, but that isn't the only reason I am eager to get on my feet. I check my surroundings. The harsh, craggy earth of the island is interlaced with the twisting vines and gnarled branches. Sorry. Beside me, Margaret and Lou are still fast asleep. The guide, however, is nowhere to be seen. I realize that I don't recall seeing him lay down with everyone. It's like he left us hours ago. There's a creeping silence here. I can't help but shudder at the hollow, aching feeling inside of me. It refuses to relent. I shift my weight back and forth, unsure of what to do with myself. Memories of last night's harrowing journey flicker through my mind. I notice the others begin to stir. Margaret accidentally knocks Lou, and she gets up, awakening him as well. My mouth opens, then shuts after a moment of fumbling. A word finally escapes.
Hello.
Hello to you.
Margaret greets me as she rubs her eyes. It seems to be due to trouble adjusting to not having her glasses, rather than grogginess. Behind her, Lou remains on the ground.
We should eat something soon. I don't trust what is on this island, so I'll have to split my supplies with Lou.
I admit, for a trip of this length, I could only manage to carry the minimum, so I don't have much to share. However, you shouldn't be the only one who gives something up.
Thank you.
Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'm not hungry.
Oh yeah, this guy. He gets all mopey and doesn't want to eat. Lou's back's turned against us. He still hasn't gotten out of the dirt.
You won't make it very far if you don't have something to eat.
Lou buries his head deeper into his knees as he curls into a tighter ball.
Oh, thanks.
I wonder when the last time he ate even was. Considering where we found him, he could have been out over Sinlos for more than a day. Yet, he has nothing with him.
Lou is quite the mystery.
I'm concerned about that as well. But I know it can be difficult to force yourself to eat after something traumatic. And I'm afraid I'm not very skilled at encouraging others.
There's a stinging sensation inside of me. That was not something I ever needed to do because he was there. Margaret and I both frown. A distinct rustling of the leaves catches my attention. The guide appears, emerging from the thicket. Margaret seems to be a little uncomfortable by his return. Lou doesn't notice. The guide nears us and begins to speak.
The Nixie will not tread on land in daylight. However, being near the shoreline is still dangerous. If you leave the center of the island, remain cautious.
Goddamn Nixie.
Before the sun sets, I will be in this area. It would be wise to meet me here before nightfall.
And just what needs to be done over in those woods that cannot be done in the brush here with the rest of us?
Pooping. Despite Margaret's pointed question, the guides consider his piece here finished. He turns around and returns to the forested area from which he came from. Shh! No, Mamachi, no! Besides me, Margaret releases a sigh.
Are you alright?
No, I'm not. Nothing is all right. It will never get any better.
Margaret sucks in a breath as she starts to get emotional. Before it can spill out of her, she turns to her heels and walks off in a direction different than the guide. I don't try to stop her. Lou meekly scowls me out. I turn around to face him though. I don't speak. He's standing some distance away. He fidgets and glances over to the side, before returning his gaze to my eyes. He gestures for me to come closer. I comply. He begins to whisper at me, but he fumbles with his words and I can't make out anything he says. I look at him inquisitively. Finally, he speaks up enough to be clear.
Sorry for what happened last night.
He speaks quickly as he looks up at me, eyes filled with sorrow. He shifts his focus downward.
You would have been better off without me.
It's not your fault.
My words come out hollow and empty. I mean what I say, but I cannot find the energy to make it seem convincing.
It was closer to being my fault than anyone else's. I wasn't supposed to be here, and all I did was get in the way. The guide was right about me. I knew from the beginning that it would be like this too. I never should have stayed.
Finishing his thought, he sniffles as he turns away. Suddenly, I feel a strong surge of emotions rip through me. Everything is falling apart and I do not have the power to change this. Quietly I speak. Lou stops moving. He doesn't turn to face me. I hesitate as well, also unsure how to proceed.
Would you be willing to speak with me?
Yes, please, spill the beans, spill the tea. He turns around to face me, his eyes brimming with tears. He smiles slightly.
I could do that.
I find the will to smile lightly back at him. Lou walks closer to me, then pauses. After watching me for a moment, he turns his eyes to the ground, waiting for me to do something. I just stare at him, unsure. After a brief silence, I finally sigh.
Lou, can I ask you a difficult question?
He flinches.
I don't think I'm the person you want to ask difficult questions.
No one else can answer this one. It's about you.
Oh, in that case, I'm really not the kind of person to give good answers.
By his tones, it seems like he's trying to make light of the situation. But to me, it still just sounds sad.
I understand.
He squeezes his eyes shut, gives no reply. Despite being clearly frustrated, it doesn't look like he's upset. It's me he's upset with. Soon, he reopens his eyes, looking directly at me.
You can ask me anything. I'll try to answer. But I hope you have a lot of patience.
He smiles slightly.
Thank you.
Ask me anything, yes!
So, what do you want to know?
Have you lost someone in the lake?
What's your underwear color? Lou stumbles back a step from shock.
I'm sorry for prying, but when we found you, it seemed like you were apologizing to someone. And the way you've acted since makes me think that something is wrong. Something beyond even being out on Sinlos.
I give him a sympathetic look. Why am I even asking him this question? Do I really want to help him? Or am I trying to forget what happened to us by talking about someone else's misfortune? When Lou speaks, his voice is barely above a whisper.
I hate myself. I can't do anything.
You don't have to say anymore. I was wrong to ask you about it.
His brows are furrowed, and he smiles in a self-deprecating way.
I'm sorry.
Lou laughs sharply at himself.
Don't be. I'm not worth the concern.
Oh, jeez.
How can you say that? What have you done that was wrong in this moment? It was only my mistake.
You think that because you don't know?
What
do
don't
not
I know?
believe you.
Lou's eyes bore into me.
I'm not upset because I lost someone out here. I'm upset because I can't bring myself to lie about it.
Huh?
What?
Explain?
You gave me the perfect opportunity to cover up the pathetic truth of what actually happened. All I had to do was go along with your assumption.
Eh?
But when you're so direct, I can't keep my thoughts hidden. I'm too afraid of making a mistake and having the lie uncovered somehow.
What? He stares back at the ground and sighs.
Why do I have to be so terrible at this?
At what? Lying? Bewilderment rings through my mind, one ear to the other. His words stirs all sorts of baffling, jumbled emotions in me that battle it out for supremacy as I gawk. Lou is... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know either. Without looking up, Lou shakes his head. Dude, people are wild. Had to delete a tweet to be left alone. Well, what happened, Hato?
See? You shouldn't waste your sympathies on someone like me. You should have left me to die.
What is Lou's game? Like a shot, my anger flares up.
Pull yourself together. I didn't leave you behind before, and I'm not going to do so now. The best thing you can do to help is put those kinds of thoughts in the back of your mind.
Okay. I asked my community for the emote we needed to decide. I got raided by emote arts in my DMs. Ah, those are bots, Hato. There's a bunch of bots. You need to be careful what you post on Twitter. There are some keywords that bots will read, and they will harass the crap out of you. Sucks, right?
Or what? I won't make it to the other side?
Lou laughs bitterly. His smile is almost cruel.
If I thought joining you was a way to stay alive, I would have acted much differently. The only reason I came along is because I thought it might be nice to not die alone and forgotten.
Lou, what the hell are you? My words sputtered and die on my tongue. Lou continued his speech, ignoring my reaction. See, Lou is giving me Nagito vibes again. I'll just ask on Discord server from now on. It's for the best, Hato, it's for the best. Makes me glad Discord's the only social media I use.
The guide really didn't know what he was saying before. I asked him if I could go out on the bridges in the pass. He told me not to. He said I couldn't handle it. I'm not sorry for ignoring the warning. This was something I had to do.
I see. So he was rejected by the guide before. That's why the guide didn't want him to come along. Can we punch Lou? Hato, I will fight you. Why?
This was my only chance to prove I'm not worthless. Or to finally accept that I was, once and for all. And we know what the truth is.
Lou is baby and must be protected.
Stop.
I can no longer keep idly listening to him speak. Oh my god, I started closing my eyes, passing out. What happened? Lou is acting really weird, Lunatic. Very, very weird.
It doesn't have to be this way. You said yourself that it isn't over until it's completely over. There's still a possibility that...
No, there isn't.
Go to bed, Mako. My blood pounds in my veins. Instinctively, I place both my hands on his tightly wrapped upper arms.
I don't know what has happened to
and remove his clothing.
But if there's something you need to do, you can try again tomorrow night. You don't need to give up. You have value.
Lou closes his eyes again and smiles to himself. I maintain my grip on him, waiting for his response.
All right. I'll try to stay alive if you'll do something for me.
What is it?
Don't put yourself in danger for my sake anymore.
My fingers curl harder around his thin arms, wishing I could argue further, but I don't know what is going on in his head, and I might push him back into giving up. I don't have the luxury of trying to reach him a second time. I release him and take a step back.
Fine. I'll accept those terms.
How's Dogo, by the way? Yes, Hato, how is Dogo? Lunatic got the fuck to bed.
Good. Now you might survive.
You need to survive too.
He laughs.
It goes without saying.
Lou smiled teasingly. His attitude still difficult for me to grasp, but I attempt to smile in return.
I know you don't want anything to happen to anyone else. That is admirable.
Lou says nothing. However, I do feel my words reached him. I wish he would let me help him, but I cannot find a way to do so. I can only trust that he will do his best to take care of himself. It is better than him planning to let it end. I sigh wearily, and yet somehow feel as though my resolve has been strengthened. At least, for now.
I'm going to head out. I want to see how everything is on the island.
I'll make it easier by coming along. Then you won't ever have to check on me.
Bye-bye, lunatic! Dream of others! Others are half-bound. Dogo is okay. Vets are coming today for blood samples and exam, and the money from the Donaton is on its way to the transfer. Nice! It's time that I'm able to smile. This time, I'm able to smile easily.
That would be good.
Happy to help.
He readily moves beside me, and together, we move out. Lou and I head through the wooden part of the island. There isn't anything that could be called a path, but we managed to pick our way through the bush quite well. Through an inner stand of trees, we briefly catch sight of the guide, standing on one of the benches. He seems fine, but even though I'm sure he turned his head toward me, he makes no show of acknowledging us. I'm really interested in the story. There is a VOD. Also, Lunatic, this game is free. It's free on Steam. You can play it yourself and try to get the other endings too. There's absolutely no reason not to. This game is 100% free. We move on and eventually find Margaret in a jagged clearing. Margaret begrudgingly lifts her head as we approach, enabling me to see that her face is damped and tear-stained, while her eyes are red and puffy. She's been crying. I shift between my feet uncomfortably. I just want to go for a second ending. I won't go for all the endings because, well, this game is free. And I think if anyone's interested in the other endings, it's a good idea to download and show some support for the creators.
Is something the matter?
Margaret's glance moved to Lou. She laughs without humor. And now, time to actually disappear, disintegrates. Oh no, Lunatic got snapped.
Are you keeping an eye on the rest of us to make sure we don't get into trouble?
That's not it. Anything could happen, so it is good to stay alert even in daylight. Lou is here because he was also concerned.
Well, that's nice.
She speaks somewhat curtly, but at least she's no longer seen as depressed.
Does this mean you don't have something to say?
Margaret shakes her head.
I'm happy to report that everything's in order on this front.
I'm glad.
Of course, I cannot fully believe that. Margaret isn't saying what's actually on her mind, but I have no way to truly reach her.
Is that everything?
I suppose it is.
Oh, she went back to grouchy mode. My words come out slowly and hesitantly, as though she might change her mind if I bide my time. I want to do more, but I cannot think of what else I could do for her.
Then goodbye.
If you need anything, we will be close by.
Yes, thank you. I'm sure I'll see you soon.
Her response is sincere. It is enough to ease some of my worry. I smile through weakly. We leave her be and head off on our own.
It's good to know the others are well.
We have nothing to do with our time now. Even I can't ignore the wistful tone of my voice. Something is tugging at my heart, trying to tear it a piece away. Lou seems uncomfortable with my lowering mood. He stares out into the wood rather than at me.
I think I'll go to the shore.
His words snap me back hard to the heart-to-heart reality.
What? Why?
I saw something earlier that I'd like to check out.
The shoreline is dangerous.
I'm gonna save... Oh, it interrupts the dialogue, okay. Whatever you saw could not be worth the risk. Lou actually laughs, a sudden sound that's as close to snickering as it is to sputtering.
Watching a Nyx drag itself across the shore in the middle of the day would be worth the danger, in my opinion.
I give him a humorless, reprimanding look. I feel vaguely like I have used his face to dissuade pets and young children from behaving poorly in my past.
I was only joking.
It works! Thankfully, it seems to work on grown men as well. I hope he's telling the truth. For someone so nervous, he can be quite
I'm
reckless.
still going, though. Don't worry. I'll be careful. We talked about this.
He gives me a what is this word? Effacing, lopsided smile.
You said you didn't want to make me watch out for you.
I'll be back soon. You won't even notice.
I sigh. Part of me wants to keep lecturing him on how serious this is. I just want him to be safe, but I fear I don't have the words to convey that without making the situation worse.
Fine.
Lou brightens.
Of course you can come. I'd enjoy that.
I get the feeling he was hoping I would say that. It is not as though I don't want to be around him. The farthest thing from it. It's the activity itself that's the problem. Despite my reservations, we head to the beach. Lou strides easily across the sand, his bare feet sinking down to the loose grains as he stretches his arms contentedly.
It is so much nicer out here.
I make sure to stay close behind him, just in case. I would not want him to go off on his own. Lou notices my position out of the corner of his eye. He isn't so distracted that he's forgotten I'm here, it seems. He takes a wide step back, so we are side by side instead. I can't help but be surprised by his assertiveness. That makes me grin nervously.
You know what I mean, right?
Yes. The shore has its positives.
I find it hard to navigate the loose sand in my boots, but Lou has little trouble here. There are only a few ragged bandages wrapped around his bare feet. I have to wonder how he has been faring thus far. The forest floor is rock hard and full of thorns. I clandestinely check for any sign of bleeding. Thankfully, no traces of it. It also does not escape me that losing one's shoes is an uncommon occurrence. They must have been stolen, or he did not have them any to begin with. Between my swirling thoughts and Lou's quiet self-assurance, we have walked in silence for a bit. This should be a good chance to ask questions about his life, where he comes from, what he does for work, if he has any other family. However, I cannot help but assume he would shrink away from such attention. Lou catches my gaze and inclines his head, and whispers a smirk on his lip.
Is there anything on your mind? Something you'd like to ask me, maybe?
Oh. Yes, I ran out of water. Can you grab some for me? Momochi, can you get me some water? Please?
Yes, I'm surprised you brought attention to it.
Lou snickers in a self-aware sort of way. Okay, now I have confirmation of who leads to the true end. It's Lou, right, Valve?
When you're as suspicious as I am, it's pretty easy to guess that people will have questions.
I smile faintly. His openness is certainly appreciated, but the look fades as quickly as it appears. I turn away.
I think I've asked you enough questions.
Lu's expression sinks into melancholy. He holds my eyes in his own, tightly locked and refusing to let go. Then he speaks unbidden.
I've done odd jobs most of my life. The only title you could say I've had is messenger boy.
He hangs his head in embarrassment over his achievements and begins to drift further away.
That is nothing to be ashamed of. Information is meaningless if it is not with those who can use it. There are far less honorable ways of making a living in this world.
I can think of some too. Some that I've done.
His words are mumbled, so that I take a moment between them to... So it takes a moment for them to sink in. I'm not sure what to say, so I settle closing some of the distance between us in an attempt to console him. Admittedly, I expected as much. His jitteriness and defensive posture are typical of a petty criminal. I'd imagined he had a tough life. Figured as much. The warmth between us melts the dark mood that's beginning to form. A teasingly crooked smile blooms on Lu's face as he relaxes again.
Thank you.
I didn't say anything.
That's what I'm grateful for.
At that, I'm able to chuckle and give a bent ring in
It
turn.
is no trouble.
Lu turns his head away bashfully and lifts his hand, steadily inching towards me. My pulse starts to race. Oh, are we having a moment here? He lets it drop before he touches me. It is a relief as well as disappointment. Once again, silence falls between us. Suddenly, Lu begins running forwards. There's nothing ahead of us. I'm completely caught off guard and left momentarily dumbfounded. I shout after him to come back, concern rising in my chest. He keeps up the pace but turns his head back to look at me, almost as if he's enjoying this. After a short sprint, he comes to a stop. As I reach him, he bends down and carefully picks something up from the sand. It's a strange, beautiful
Isn't
shell.
it amazing? I wonder if other lakes have shells like this.
I'm not able to stop myself from sighing.
I don't know. Is that what you were expecting to find?
It is. I like shells.
Oh, I
The world
see.
is so dreary. Any flowers that bloom will wither and die in days without attention. I can't find a way to appreciate such fleeting things. It's only sad.
As he speaks, his voice descends into despair, dropping so low I almost don't make out what he says. I cannot think why this shell is impacting him so profoundly, but I want to comfort him somehow regardless of it so I can fully comprehend him.
Shells are beautiful and they can persevere. That is something I respect.
It is good you were able to find what you were searching for.
I think so too.
Okay. He likes shells. He lives in one, in case you didn't notice. He lets himself remain lost in the moment for a second longer, then gently offers his meaningful shell to me.
Why don't you keep it? It can be a reminder of me.
Don't off yourself right after giving me this, okay? I have no idea what to say. Those words seem so harmless, and yet foreboding. Despite my silence, he continues to hold the shell out for me to take. Cautiously, I reach up to accept the gift, afraid that wrong move could somehow hurt the shell or even him. When I have it, Lu places both his hand over my hand and the shell. I'm gonna save this now. This is making me nervous.
Thank you for coming with me.
He continues to make it difficult to speak. It takes some effort to hide the bashfulness in my voice.
It was no trouble, Lu. Really. Thank you for this. However, even if you didn't give it to me, I would not forget you.
Not that kind of game, Momochi. He looks happier than I ever seen him as he presses my hands more tightly.
I'm so glad I met you.
Likewise. I'm happy we crossed paths.
I hope that will never change. If you think of me from time to time, it would make this all worthwhile.
He has so many death flags on top of him right now. Even if it is a more generous view of this than I would give, I relish his statement. Lou is finally showing some optimism toward life. I still am unsure why Lou came here to begin with, but it eases my mind to think that he may not have to regret the choice. Lou pulls away, locking a door. I barely peeked inside.
We can head back to the forest now.
Right. That is for the best since we still need to rest before sundown. We will take the smoothest route back to the clearing.
Do I look so fragile?
I'm not impressed with his attempt at humor, and look squarely at him as I speak, my voice completely deadpan.
Anyone would have trouble with no shoes.
I figured someone like you would say I needed to toughen up.
I shake my head fondly. His elusive way of speaking has grown on me.
Come on, we should go.
Together, we return to the woods. In what feels like no time, we enter the clearing. I got an achievement called Comfort. Margaret is already there waiting for us. She greets us with a smile.
Hello. I suppose we all had the same idea of coming here a bit early.
And Margaret is dead! No, she's not! The three of us quietly await for the guide's arrival, occasionally chatting with one another as we rest. The sky turns orange as sunset comes upon us. As the color seems to drain the world, being consumed by the fog, the guide makes his appearance. Lou avoid eye contact with him.
It's almost time.
I nod and feel myself grow tense. We truly are about to return to those bridges. All of us await in an uncomfortable silence until night falls. Oh, here we go, final phase. We silently stand as one, forming a vigil of sorts. Our remaining lanterns illuminate the dark, prepared for tonight's journey. And yet, the way forward does not appear. The bridge haven't risen from the depths. I glance to my side. The guy doesn't look at all pleased. The corner of his mouth have harsh bent as he briefly loses himself to heavy thoughts.
We must go to the shore.
He doesn't offer an explanation for why. This is completely different. Hold up. Is it because not enough people died yesterday? He doesn't offer an explanation for why. Instead, he goes without us. I follow after the guide, my forehead creasing with swelling worry. Yeah, I'm saving. We are saving. Behind me, I hear Margaret's and Lou's unsure footsteps. The four of us presses onto the shore. The dark waters lap at the edge of the sand, and as expected, the maze is still hidden beneath the surface. The guide grips his staff tighter, still his knuckles, turning ghostly white. He sucks in a breath of air, like he's about to speak, but he hesitates. We all stare at him expectantly. After a moment more, the guide is fed up with waiting.
Bridges are late. If they don't arrive as soon as darkness falls, there's no telling exactly how long it will be before they do.
The bridges are late? Lou doesn't say anything, opting to stare at the ground with an obscured expression. Do you believe we'll have enough time to cross?
Time is by far the least of our worries. On the bridges we are constantly moving, which makes it easier to avoid the prowlers. However, this island does not offer that luxury.
Uh-oh.
We're trapped here.
Uh-oh. That's bad news. Bridges. Yo, sorry we're late. We stopped by the way to buy some milk. My body goes rigid as his words sink in.
More importantly, the bridges are raised above the waters. Nixie have difficulties pulling themselves up onto the bridges. The soft sloping of the shore will allow far more prowlers to drag themselves towards us.
Oh, we're screwed.
Not all will be as dangerous as the ones we've encountered thus far. However, we could easily be overwhelmed.
A pit forms deep in my stomach. I stare at him aghast. I had no idea the situation was that dire. I glance from the water lines to the trees. What I'm looking for, I don't know. A sign of what might come, perhaps. Margaret moves into discussion. Her mood is rapidly declining as well.
Then what should we do? We shouldn't stay on the shore if the monsters could be coming towards us at any moment.
The guide closes his eyes and suddenly looks very worn down.
Staying in the center of the island is the safest option.
Oh dear.
There's the risk that we may not be able to reach the bridges when they do rise. prowlers could have taken full control of the shore by then. Remaining here with our lanterns will ensure the prowlers cannot move freely.
His brows involuntarily knit together. I don't like the sound of taking additional risk in an area that's already so dangerous, but our options are thin.
I will not be kept on this island for another day, so the shore is where I will be. You may wait at the edge of the forest, or even at the center of the island if you fear being attacked. If the prowlers come between us and you fail to make it to the bridges, I will leave you behind.
As usual, the guide has made his decision, and we must make
If you were
ours.
staying by the shore, perhaps I could be positioned somewhat further back from you, and then the others could stay further back still. That would keep us safer, without having any major gaps of darkness between us and the shore.
I'd say that's likely our best option, and we don't have time to come up with any other way regardless.
Fine.
Settled on the matter, the three of us begins to move away from the guide. He pays little attention to us, instead silently fixing his eyes on the water. I take my place in the middle of the shore while Margaret and Lou hover closer to the island core, on the line between the dirt and sand. After getting a sense of where they are, I turn my gaze ahead. At first, I think I'm being fooled by the fog. There are several white dots playing along the edges of the water. Dark glows begin to surface, and I see them for what they are. Eyes. So many white dribbling eyes, gleaming sharply against their pitch-black bodies as the Nixie pop up and down. They surface and disappear in a loop, each time more sets of eyes and closer surveying us more intently. Then they cackle. The sound is atrocious, gurgling, then turning high-pitched as they seem to take full stock of us. The lights in their eyes somehow seem brighter as the first of the Nixie dig their claws into the sand and begin dragging themselves upon the shore. I plant my feet firmer. A shrill shriek pierces the air, accompanied by a telltale hiss. I whip my head back towards the sound, only to be greeted by cold black darkness. I cry out desperately into the void where Margaret and Lou stood.
What happened?
There's silence. Then, the best sounds possible. Margaret's voice replies, albeit shakily.
There was a prowler in the woods. I didn't notice it until it was already too close to me. I dropped my lantern when I saw it. The light was enough to drive it away, but now it's gone. Shattered.
I swerve my head back to make sure the shore is still clear, but I sprint over to release them from the darkness with my own light. Margaret stares down at the ground dejected when I arrive. Where's Lou? Oh, Lou's nearby. Okay. Lou stands nearby. He avoids eye contact with awkwardly looking away as I approach the two
We
closer.
can make a small fire for light.
Margaret sniffles loudly.
That may work for now. But what will we do once we're back on the bridges?
We will manage.
Yes, we will manage somehow. I speak firmly, trying to assure her. I can't even guess how effective the attempt was.
Lou, please, clear some space while I gather kindling.
Lou looks startled at the suddenly being addressed, but quickly nods and gets to work pushing away the leaves on a small patch of dirt. Margaret moves to help him, though she still looks terribly upset. I feel awful. It wasn't her fault. We dig few inches down from the sandy oil before making an edging with the rocks to stop the fire from giving us a repeat of last night. I layered the fuel quickly and light a match at the base of the pit. Margaret strokes the fire with Lou looking on. The grass ignites easily and showers the area with enough light to keep anything else that may be lurking in the forest at bay. I release a discreet sigh. We are truly lucky no one was injured or lost during this ordeal. I keep that to myself, however. Hearing it would only make Margaret feel
You
worse.
should go back to your position, Kika. It will all be for nothing if we can't make it onto the bridges in the first place.
Right.
I force myself to sound
We're going
bold.
to get through this.
Margaret attempts to smile at me. Lou views her empty expression for a moment before turning to move toward a nearby tree. He easily scales it. Absolutely puzzled, Margaret and I watch each movement as he lifts himself into the branches.
I figured there's not much of a chance any Nixie will get a hold of me here. They won't climb.
His voice is light-hearted with an easy confidence.
Well, I won't bother trying to argue with that logic.
Margaret has shaken off some of her sorrow, being in a better mood now. I smile to myself. I'd like to believe that Lou would truly be safe from those predatory creatures this way. With the two of them doing as well as they can be, I cautiously back up to my original position. I return in full force to the shore. As we feared, this is becoming a pressing situation. More prowlers rose from the waters, while my attention was on those two. They surrounded the guides on both sides. The only way to gain distance from them would be to delve further into the island, yet the guide shows no sign of giving up his position. He remains where he is, resolving to keep all the monsters near him in his sight. I grow more unnerved the longer I watch him. The guide seems impervious to the danger of Sinlos. This is the first case where I can't tell whether he will continue to be fine as always or not. It is a distressing notion. As they creep ever closer, I can't stay silent for any longer.
Safety is most important. Consider retreating.
It doesn't faze me, but replies.
I cannot do that. Nixie recognized signs of weakness. Backing away will only increase the odds of them attacking.
I grip my lantern tighter as I swallow hard. What can I do? I can save. As if to answer my own question, a thought whispers into my mind and I look down the lantern in my hand. I could throw it. As long as I don't let it go too far down the shore, it doesn't seem plausible that the Nix could take it. But if I do lose the lantern, especially after Margaret lost hers only a moment ago, then... I nod firmly to myself and set the decision. I've seen the guide perform the move right in front of me. I know it is an impossible feat. Now something has to be done. I inch my way over the most advanced group of Nixie. They drift slowly at the attempt to get behind the guide. I am of no concern to them, at least for the time being. The guide spots me, and we make eye contact for a moment. He doesn't say anything and abruptly fixes his gaze elsewhere. It gives me the impression that he's aware of what I'm planning on doing. He's ignoring me because he doesn't want the Nixie to recognize a coming threat. I steady my arm and assume a strong stance. I stop for a heartbeat and take a deep breath. Then, I jump forward a small way and toss my lantern toward the group of Nixie on the guide's right side. They are all caught completely off guard, practically wheezing as they scatter and dive back into the depths below. None of them even attempt to steal the lantern. That is a great relief. The guide seizes this moment to swing his staff at the group of Nixie to his left. The light edging closer to them, combined with the general chaos, disturbs the creatures, enough to frighten them. The left group joins the right in retreat. The guide observes the water lines, making certain they all have crawled back into the water, and then releases a small sigh. He walks over to retrieve my lantern off the sand, where it landed, keeping his eyes fixed steadily behind him. Tentatively, I take a few steps towards him. He extends his arms forward, offering my lantern back to me. I never gotten so close to the guide before. He hasn't allowed it. Being his presence in this way feels unclear. I don't have words to describe what it turns inside of me. His eyes are expectant, impatient, and I waste no more time. I move to accept it, but I flinch before I can grasp it.
What's wrong?
His face hardens, scrutinizing the unexpected reaction. I banish whatever expression was on my face and take hold of what's mine.
It is nothing.
He lets it go, though it does not make any attempt to leave. I don't believe it's because he's worrying about leaving me in the darkness. He still suspects something is wrong. The guide watches closely as I set the lantern aflame once more. Its light gently washes over me and I smile at the sight. This tool I hold is one of the exceedingly few comforts I have on Singlos. I do not wish to part with it again. He is still here, and I begin to worry the guide intends to admonish me for what I've done. I may have let emotions show on my face again because he starts to speak.
Keeping a hold of your light is crucial. However, if you took no risk, your only way across could have been lost. It wasn't an empty self-sacrifice. In your position, neither option was correct. Neither was wrong.
Our enigmatic lead nods, and upon finishing up his thoughts, he returns to his original place. I stare flabbergasted at the guide's backs. By chance, I was put in circumstances that allowed our values to align. but I never would have expected him to acknowledge that I made an acceptable decision. I stopped myself from getting further distracted. Instead, I glanced down at my light and realized the glow looks different. I wince. There is a large crack wickedly curving up the back. I'm thankful that it still works. I still fear that it will not hold out until morning. I look forlorn at the fragile glass surrounding the simple flame. In a way, this event could forcibly remind me how fragile my own life is. One slip could mean the end of everything. Regardless, nothing can be done presently, and we've got enough to worry about as it is. I cannot let this consume me. We will continue to resist against this lake. After an untold period of time, the waters begin to stir. There's an unusual gurgling, a sound I never thought I would be this relieved to hear. Slowly, quickly, the bridges make their nightly appearance. Sinless is an overwhelmingly cruel environment. This island had felt like a safe haven for such a short time ago, but that had been twisted to the point where I'm grateful for a chance to return to the maze. And we may not even reach that. More Nixie are breaching the water and wrenching themselves onto the sand. The guide signaled to all of us.
We have to leave.
Thanks to his position on the shore, the guide is able to board the bridges without confrontation. For the rest of us, however, the Nixie begin to crowd the opening. It appears that they want to get on themselves. We have desperately little time before we can cut off their guide. We're cut off from the guide. I look to my lantern. Will this light alone be enough to cause them to disperse?
Come on!
Margaret's shouts cut straight through my thoughts. Ooh, nice. She's advancing toward me, holding on a heavy stick with the end of the fire as a makeshift torch. The sigh is striking.
Won't last long! We need to get through now!
She needs not say anymore. The three of us push our way forward. As we advance, Margaret relays her plan.
We'll toss the branch when we get close. The smoke spewing off this thing is making it even harder to see than usual. So you tell me when it's time, Kika.
Save the game? Yes.
I can do that.
The shore approaches closer and closer, and every single one of the Nixie turn their attention toward our small group. Now! After alerting Margaret, she gives her all to hurl the flame ahead of us, while avoiding set the bridge itself on fire. The monsters flee from the torch, a path is clear. We waste not one moment, sprinting towards the bridge. With the others near my side, I amble back into the maze. We don't stop until there's a considerable distance between us and the shore. It's there that we encounter the guide. Upon seeing his figure, I hide a sigh of relief. We haven't been left behind. Our arrival doesn't change the guide's empty expression. It doesn't say or do anything, instead allowing us all to catch our breath. Lou looks as though his leg might fall from underneath him.
Normally, I wouldn't ever say anyone on these bridges are lucky. But we are.
Margaret chimes in, equally amazed and
I
exhausted.
don't know how we managed to do nothing wrong. That feels far more fitting for this journey.
We treasure the moment of triumph for a little more before the guide ends his silence.
We need to start walking. We've already lost much time as it is.
That is true. I quickly straighten myself out and mull over our current situation. We start to consider how we're going to travel now that we only have 2 lanterns.
Well, the three of us could walk together. If there's one person close by, I can't imagine it would make much of a difference having another. Furthermore, I believe we've all taken enough risks for each other already for this to not be a problem.
Margaret, her consideration touches me. I smile gratefully at her.
I think it would be fine if we all stayed together.
Okay, we'll do that then. Thank you.
Oh, the guy didn't protest. Other than having a bit of a crowd as opposed to an entire straight line, our journey moves ahead as it did the night before. The silent night creeps along as we carefully move through the thick fog, making certain not to bump into one another. Then, my lantern blinks, it fizzles out. The 3 of us gasp simultaneously, and I hold my breath like time will stop with my breathing. To my great relief, the light flutters back on. The air I'd been anxiously holding in releases in a sigh.
What's going on?
The guide has halted, but does not bother to turn around as he asks the
It was
question.
nothing.
I watch as he shifts his head back to look at us. The stare he gives is probing and deeply unnerving. He doesn't believe me. I turn his gaze, my expression blank. We remain locked in for a moment. I can feel his patience with me slipping away. It shows us not to spend any longer waiting for an answer that will not come. The guide faces his back to us once more. We act without a word, but I know he's unsatisfied. Our small group shares anxiety-ridden looks as the guide moves ahead. I look down at my lantern. The crack seems larger than ever. I feel as though I am cracking with it. There's nothing I could do to fix it, should it go out for
We need
good.
to keep going. We shouldn't speak of this.
Hope the lantern holds. I can feel they are apprehensive over the situation, and undoubtedly curious as to how it happened in the first place. However, this is not the time. I don't want to draw attention to this for fear of the guide catching on. The chattering of the Nixie bubble up of the darkness, and I gulp harshly. The thought crossed my mind that they too have noticed what just transpired. We walk for quite a bit longer. The voices whispering amongst each other has died down, but the squishing and clicking of prowlers has replaced them. It is difficult to trace the exact origin of the sound. All I know is that it's far too close for comfort. The guide stops abruptly, bringing us to an awkward halt. Luckily, there is no impact between the three of us.
Stay where you are.
My eyes are drawn to the guide. He's making small movements, cautiously pressing his foot into the board in front of him at different spots. Could something be wrong with the bridge itself? My theory is proven correct almost immediately.
Boards ahead are unstable. They may break when stepped on.
Is there another
Road.
path?
Oh no.
This is our path. Move slowly and do not have two people on the same board at a time. I will cross first. When I find a stable section, I will inform you. Then you will follow my lead.
Oh god. He doesn't allow us time to answer before darting forward. His steps are light, but beneath him the woods creak loudly.
Why are the bridges this way? They can be burned into ash and will still rise the next nightfall. And yet this spot is less stable than the rest. It is strange.
There's definitely a curse in this lake.
The unnatural black water has a great deal of magic within. That is the most reasonable source of the bridges. If this maze is formed without an intelligent creator, that would explain its treacherous nature.
Lou doesn't say anything on the topic, merely staring ahead. The guide breaks his cautious steps, testing the security of the bridge.
Where I am now is solid. You only need to reach this position.
We'll be right there.
I face the
To
others.
ensure that there is enough light for all of us.
Yeah, there's definitely something bad is gonna happen. I will go second. We need to keep enough distance between each other as to not break at the boards. Lou elects to lead and start going forward, inching gingerly across the trembling boards. After there's some distance, I begin to follow, focused on keeping my movement steady. Margaret's the last to leave. The three of us carefully navigate the creaky, soggy wood. We attempt to keep the guide's path in hope that the boards will hold. I feel my foot lay heavily on the board. It bends air-raisingly under me. I wince as I slowly step off of it. I wonder if we should be crawling on all fours, spread our weight over a wider space, but that may make us vulnerable to those creatures. My focus is broken when I hear a shout from ahead. Lou's foot has snapped through the bridge. I instinctively rush forward, but the abrupt movement and added weight caused the board to splinter completely. Frick! We died. I hit the cold water like a slap, smacking my head and falling chunk of wood. All I can do is try to swim back to the surface, despite the thick hold of water growing fog on my mind. Before I can reach it, I feel something lash on my leg, with a grip like an iron manacle. I struggle to kick the weight off, flailing my leg desperate as my air supply dwindles. It only tightens its grip so much, I can feel like my ankle bones caving in. It drags me further away from the upper world of air, light and life. I can feel more clawed hands grab me, and with an icy turning on my insides, I realize that it's already too late for me. Despite this, I struggle and thrash about as much as my burning lungs will let me do so. that if he fell into the water too, I can at least keep the monsters busy with me. This last sense of purpose keeps me fixated, even as my senses get fuzzy. I'm dragged lower and lower with a vague smile on my face until the darkness completely overtakes me. Well, frick.
To ensure that there is enough light for all of us, I will go second. We
Okay,
need to keep enough distance.
skip. So, I'm gonna try to do nothing and see what happens. Despite every sign me screaming to help, I force myself not to make any sudden movements. Lou lifts his foot from up at the cusp of the water and places it back on the board in front of him. Thank goodness, the entire section could have collapsed. Oh wow, doing nothing was the right choice. Margaret looks at us, clearly concerned.
Part of the board broke. Everyone is fine, however. You should avoid that section completely.
All right.
We're still in much danger as we stand here. I encourage him to begin moving once more. I make sure to skip over the broken boards myself when I come close to it. As I pass by the hole, I catch a bit of movement in the water, but when I look closely, there's nothing there. After a few more agonizing minutes, everyone reaches the other side of that trap. Each of us three mutters various expressions of relief. There isn't a word from the guide. We continue our journey across the bridges, sharing small, sporadic bits of conversation, until we're plunged into darkness. Hold up, I need to drink some water. I immediately come across a screeching howl that almost make the two near me lose their footing. I look down at my lantern. It's as dark as the water. Out the three of us stare at it, silently pleading. A few moments pass, and yet the lantern remains cold and lifeless. In desperation, I jiggle the lantern, hoping that somehow something will click and the light will return. Nothing happens. I feel the other nerves climbing with every second. They shift uncomfortably as they watch me pathetically attempt to relight it. We are quiet, still hoping that the guy won't notice. I cease shaking and tap the sides of the cracked glass. When that doesn't yield any results, I open the lantern itself and look over the internal workings. I cannot reach inside. Despite its appearance, the metal has retained the heat from before, and I would be burned. As the darkness stretches on, I frantically try to figure out what the problem is. From the sight alone to no avail.
The light is gone.
The indifferent tone of the speaker is unmistakable. No, not yet. I look up from my work to see that the guide is approaching us. I'm at loss for words. He comes near the edges of his light to shelter us like a blanket.
Relight it.
My hands begin to tremble. I know that it won't do anything, but I do as demanded and hope for a miracle. I attempt to get the inner core to catch flame, but the lantern refuses to comply no matter what I do. The guide's eyes widen as the full scope of the situation dawns on him. My two companions start nervously fidgeting and whispers about possible solutions, but I hear each one getting shut down.
What are we going to do now?
Margaret's voice comes out shaky. I look at the guy forlornly. We are completely at his mercy now, and he has any to spare at all. He coldly surveys the three of us. After silently deliberating, he narrows his eyes until there's slits in his face.
I will allow one of you to remain in my light.
One? Yay! Horrible choice time!
Why?
I can barely drag the words out of my mouth as I look at him incredulously.
Someone who wants to live will share their light with no one. I will not share my light with three.
He almost snarls at us. Margaret's completely frozen, her mind racing to process everything.
What about two? Could you please keep two of us safe?
The guide sharply shakes his head.
I will allow one and no more. Two will be left behind.
Frick. Fine finality rings out from his words.
Lingering at a distance far behind my light will leave you vulnerable. The wisest option is to continuously move, even if it means going another way.
Besides me, Margaret begins to whisper something to herself. I can't make out what it is. Lou's eyes narrows as he observes the situation. You need to make doggy foodies. AFK. Alright, Momochi. Don't forget you can use the cell phone to keep watching.
Kika.
Oh? My body stiffens. The guide has never referred to me by name this way. It is jarring enough to gain my attention, even amidst the panic rising.
You are the most likely to survive. The offer is for you.
Frick. My eyes widen even further. No, I don't want that. I can't be the only one who... No. I turned my eyes to my two companions. They both of them gazed back at me, dejected. There is horrifying resignation in their eyes. This cannot be happening. They should be going, not me. They should be the ones who remain safe.
The lantern broke because I foolishly dropped it. And I've already lost my glasses, so...
Lu continues only passively watch with an unexplainable expression. I shake my head, refusing to watch them give up so easily. I turn to the guide's face one last time, begging him mentally. He's empty and unflinching.
It needs to be done. This is what it means to cross Sinlos.
Jeez. The heavy words sink into me as I stare towards the void that eagerly awaits two of us. The guide sucks in a breath, clearly disappointed.
Being without light is dangerous, even if you are close to another. The one who goes with me has no guarantee of making it across. You risk this entire journey being for naught. The correct decisions need to be made. Everyone should be aware of that.
Oh God. His words cut deep. I have no logical reason to object going if my only solution is choosing another for the same position. I thought I would be ready for this when it presented itself. I believe I had the strength. That was only what I wanted to believe. Noting that I haven't said anything despite plenty of opportunity, the guide continues.
I will not choose someone else, and neither will they. Can you do so? Who deserves to be saved and who lost in your mind?
A pit forms in my stomach. As the responsibility of the unspeakable choice falls on my shoulder.
Stop this! It isn't helping!
I'm not the one who can stop it now.
I try to form a coherent sentence, but whenever I try to retch them out, the words vanish from my tongue. Having lost his patience, the guide points a finger at Lu most accusingly.
I've noticed the attention you've given him. Is that what this is about? Do you want to sacrifice your position to give him a hope of safety? Or perhaps you would prefer the both of you being left so you remain together? Or does your relationship not matter after all, and you don't care who gets the chance as long as you avoid a sense of guilt?
I look over at Margaret and Lu, hot tears flowing from my eyes.
You have to take the other one, guide.
He speaks with no hesitation, and everyone stares at him. Surprisingly, the attention doesn't seem to bother Lu this time. He seems completely calm.
Kika doesn't want to go, and I don't need you.
The guide audibly grasps at Lu's declaration. He doesn't speak either, not from his usual indifference, but because he's completely at loss for words. Lu shrugs off the reaction, continuing with a derisive tone.
You have your needed answer. There's only one person you can take. I hope that you'll be able to prove your keep by getting at least someone across.
Ooh, burn. The guide's face contorts awkwardly. However, I don't get an impression of anger. Instead, it's almost though Lu's words have struck a sensitive spot. Without another word, he turns around and begins to walk down the bridge.
You have to go. He will take you.
I look over to see Lu encouraging Margaret to leave. Lu is nearly ready to start pushing her toward the guide.
Why would you do that?
She peers at us, vexed.
Because it felt right.
Yes. I chime in and Lu smiles approvingly. Margaret's eyes fills with tears as she scrunches her nose up.
Well, you're wrong. I hope you realize.
I shake my head.
The decision has been made. You need to go. We will find our own way.
Oh wow. Margaret wipes the tear from her eyes. She fixates on me penetratingly, and I know that she doesn't really believe me. I mirror her look with equal gravity.
Safe, please. There isn't time left.
Renewed tears pour down Margaret's face, dripping in a subtle rhythm onto the already damp wood. She opens her mouth and begins to say something. However, it catches in her throat. She doesn't want to say goodbye. I don't either. She looks down and her voice drops to a whisper.
Thank you both for everything.
Then she turns around, trying to catch up with the guide. It was almost unbearable seeing her so hurt. She didn't want to sacrifice someone else for her own safety, as much as I didn't. However, I still hold my decision. Yet I cannot help but wonder what Lou's thinking. By now that feeling has become familiar to me. Even so, this seems unexpected. We both stand alone, consumed by a creeping darkness. I stare quietly at Lou for a good chunk of time. He laughs nervously under my gaze, and his eyes dart away.
Please don't look at me that way. I meant what I said. Besides, you promised to let me do what I needed to do. That was it, I'm sure.
I watch him for a second longer, before releasing a pent-up sigh. I can't say he's wrong. Lou is stronger than most give him credit for. Lou nonchalantly stretches his arms out, his elbows popping with emotion.
Probably should start running now.
I look down, my fists tighten in contemplation. I can't let concern slow us down. I need to get him to the other side. I steel my determination. The two of us dash forward to take another branching path out of the bridges. We continue to race across sinuous bridges, bridge after bridge. Many glossy arms reach up from the lake over the side of the bridge towards our ankles. Luckily, we're able to pass each one before they can grab a hold. There are moments here and there where Lou seems like he's going to stumble and fall. However, he manages to keep himself upright each time and continues forward. Our confidence is shattered as we turn down another path and are forced to come a halt in the distance. We see it, a mass of slow-moving figures creeping our way. I narrow my eyes.
Prowlers.
I turn behind me, only to see more Nixie as they begin to rise up from the waters. They stretch their crooked limbs across the boards. Droplets of cold sweat begin to run down my back. There's no clear path any longer. Even if we light a match to set the side of the bridge on fire, it is possible that not all of them will leave, and then we'll be trapped by both flames and monsters. It would also put the others at risk if the flame spreads to them. I slowly slide my hand down to my side and reach for the hilt of my sword. I leave behind the broken lantern that won't do anything for us now.
Stay close. I can at least clear the way we came so we can keep going.
No.
I blink in bemusement at the finality of his words. He rarely has the nerve to be so bold.
Swinging your sword will only give them another option to pull you down with. I've heard stories. Please listen, Kika. Run away with me. We can make it.
How? I look over at the monsters who are now clambering over the bridges toward us faster, and then back at Lou, who locks eyes with me without a whisper of doubt. It's clear he won't let me throw myself at the threat.
All right. Since you're better informed on how to handle this, then I will follow your lead.
Relief washes over Lou's face before it hardens again with determination.
We should go.
I should save. I'm gonna save here. I nod and turn the path ahead, crawling with monsters. We sprint down the bridges together, into the fray of contorting claws. I duck below at Nick's grasping hand and jump over the another, reaching a pair at the base of the bridge. I hear a small noise from Lou, with trepidation but still running at a top speed. I whip back to look at him. Lou is fine. He simply shakes his head and motions for me to continue.
I'm okay. Keep moving.
Right, if I don't keep moving then I'll only be getting in the way. However, I reach my hand back for him to take. Being distracted by thoughts of Lou stumbling will bring us both down. This can help. Seeing my hand waiting ahead past the monsters encourages Lou even further. He pushes his way through and grabs hold. I grip him tightly and begin to run again. We manage to clear the worst swarm of Nixie on the bridges. I take a moment to savor fresh air, and I slow my mad pace. Lou is grasping for breath. However, he's got an eager grin on his face. The Nixie do not follow us, but they are much too near for comfort. We meet eyes and both continue to run to put those creatures far behind us, still hand in hand. We start rushing across the bridges with renewed vigor, and won't stop until we met and the sounds of the crooked monsters are long behind us. I take advantage of the break to look around with more carefulness. It is nothing but the essence of Singlos, bridges, fogs, and the lake itself. I can see neither the interloping guide's light nor the shores. We are completely and utterly lost in this labyrinth of ever-changing bridges. The atmosphere surrounding this place is even more oppressive and dense in the dark. Now that I've been forced to take in our situation, I'm engulfed by the sheer emptiness of it all. The silence is deafening. My thoughts turn to Lou. This is what he had to deal with before we happened to find each other, so I felt sure my need to protect him. The boy on the brink of death, curled up in a helpless ball. I feel the cold sting of regret upon realizing that Lou is back in the situation again, thanks to my choices. I turn to access him. He is bent forward over his knees, panting erratically as he tries to catch his breath. He is completely and utterly exhausted. Yet, when he catches my gaze, he looks up to smile at me. I jerk my head away. I am wildly uncomfortable that Lou is much more willing to smile now than ever before. I have no idea how he could be so happy over this. I don't even want to consider that he's acting this way for my weak sake. I open my mouth to speak, but before I can put forth a new word,
I think we're safe right now.
I am struck baffled by his choice of words given where we are. Singlos is the Nixie's territory. They felt inescapable. However, this lake is vast, and the Nixie are not omnipresent, not omniscience. Luz catches me looking for any signs.
I noticed that Nixie can't be everywhere in this maze. It's huge. Now that we're away from them, we just have to be quiet.
Of course.
I feel a surge of hope well up in my chest.
We should take this opportunity to fully rest. Then we can progress somewhat slowly for a time. Capturing the attention of those beasts with loud steps is something we must avoid.
Lou nods. The two of us stand quietly together, regaining our strength for the path ahead. After a short period of time, we start to make our way across the bridges as cautiously as possible. He starts to move ahead of me. I follow behind closely. Lou stares out at the lake with a listless expression, and he seems entirely entranced within his own mind. His expression's dark. His thoughts are almost oozing gloom. I make no attempts to interrupt this, allowing him to process his own thoughts. Unfortunately, his true concerns are still a mystery. I feel powerless to help.
What are the odds? The two of us would end up getting left behind by the guide again.
He chuckles a nervous smile of his own forms at the sheer irony of it.
I cannot say. It isn't exactly the same, however. This time, it was you who chose to be with me.
How could I not? There isn't anything else in this lake that's worth standing by.
The affection in his tones causes me to smile more honestly. We continue on near identical pathways together. After his short comment before, Lou has stopped speaking again. We're rather aimlessly, but there is a little sense of panic between us. Somehow, the complete isolation makes it feel as though there are no threats. There's only us in a never-ending void. I force myself to shake off such thoughts. I need to remain focused. The end will come whether we arrive at it or not. A little later down the path, Lou suddenly seems to escape the snare of his mind once more. He gives me an inquisitive glance.
Are you still curious about me? I wouldn't mind sharing more if you'd like. I can't give specifics, but if that's fine, then...
Of course, please do. He grins at me. However, his face quickly falls. He has to look away as he prepares to open up.
I was the black sheep of my village. I wasn't ever able to accomplish anything, and it felt like I never belonged.
I see. Tell me more.
I couldn't go anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't possible for someone like me. I didn't exactly want to leave, though. I only wanted to feel I was worthwhile, that I was wanted, needed.
That I could be the Hokage!
I tried again and again to be that to someone, but it was
He chuckles bitterly.
Like myself.
I pointedly give him a frown. He ducks his head further.
You probably already know that much about me by this point, huh? I'll move on. During one of my attempts to be of any use, I made some mistakes. I got caught by people who threatened my village. I didn't have the nerve to stand up to them. I put everyone I knew at risk.
Oh.
I had a chance to make up for what I did, but I didn't take it. And now this is where I am.
Lou, you can do better. He can, Hato, he can. He already is doing better. His face falls to the depths of despair.
The worst part is, the longer I'm here, with you, the less I regret it. No matter what happens to them or me, I wouldn't ever want to change my decision to go with you. I'm such a selfish coward. At least I'm embracing that now.
It's a start. After one weak, self-derisive laugh, he sighs in defeat. I want to help Lou. I wish he could see his own worth. However, my mind is distracted. Something in his story strikes me. When we first found him, he was heading in the opposite direction of us. He must have started from the other shore. There's only one village located around that direction.
Lou, are you from Hammer? That's where I'm heading. It's currently under siege, and I've been asked to assist in pushing the Brigadiers back.
He wordlessly stares at me, his expression is clouded with unreadable emotion. After a moment, he turns to the ground and murmurs softly.
No specifics. I'm sorry.
He tries to sound lighthearted, but it's clear that he's shaken. I try to offer him a sympathetic smile.
I understand. The people there will be all right. I will make sure of it.
That's good.
Luz acts as though he chose to cross Sinlos only for his own sense of self. However, I silently wonder if there's more to it than that. Was he crossing to find help on the other side? Despite my curiosity, I couldn't ask him to elaborate. It's clearly a difficult topic for him, and I am already agreed not to get the specifics out of this. I reach over to him and gently stroke his back. From the nape of his neck, slowly down his spine. He shivers at my touch. I thought it is in no way from discomfort. I caress him, and he allows me to. We walk together at a steady pace, that irrational sense of peace pervading for a while. Something catches the edge of my eyes and I grasp quietly. There's a silhouette of something ahead. Is that land? The other shore? I have a difficult time believing what I'm seeing.
We're going the right way.
I can hear the astonishment in his voice as well. He goes from complete shock to confident.
We can make it.
I nod eagerly. We increase our pace frenetically, while doing all we can to remain as quiet as possible. Lou remains ahead and a comfortable distance in front of me. I'm gonna save. There's so many ways this can go wrong. We take a few turns here and there and keep running down the single bridge for a time, never allowing our eyes to leave the small sign of land for too long. The silhouette ahead finally comes in full view. I feel my heart pound with excitement. Even so, I refuse to allow that feeling to let me lower my guard. I need to remain focused. We could so easily fall at the final step. Yet, nothing threatens us. And then, we miraculously arrive at the docks. The two of us immediately rush off the bridges onto safe, solid land. Before I can fully register what happened, I can hear the sound of Lou's airy, overjoyed laughter.
We made it. We actually made it.
Pools of tears form in one of my eyes, and I allow myself to relish the joy of the moment. I'm so glad we made it in one piece. It doesn't seem real, but instead some wild waking fantasy. As the rush of adrenaline escapes my body, I realize that we are alone. Did they make it before we leave? Or...
The guide goes slow.
I breathe deeply and calm myself. Lou is correct. They will make it to the shore soon enough. I have to believe that. I managed to feel settled again. This lake has made me start to count the worst case scenarios. Count on the worst case scenarios, sorry. Lou smiles contentedly at my calmness. When I catch his eyes, he turns away bashfully.
Honestly, the further we went, the more it felt like I remembered where I was when I started. I never mentioned it because I didn't want to get your hopes up, but it worked.
Oh, Lou was the secret! Lou was the secret guide all along! I widened my eyes at his words. A surge of emotion zaps through my chest.
That's incredible. You saved us.
Go, Lou! Lou awkwardly half laughs and rubs his arms.
You're the one who saved us. I just assisted a little bit. You're only saying that because you're kind. You want me to not be feeling worthless. But it's okay. This is enough for me. More than enough.
I beam at him. His response doesn't surprise me at all. I feel quite pleased that he was able to admit that he helped at all. I wrap my arms around his neck and gently embrace him. I almost read I wrap my hands around his neck. He readily eases into a hug, although he was waiting for it. Lou wraps his arms around my back and presses his face into the crook of my shoulder, while murmuring softly to me.
I'm so grateful it was this night.
The two of us separate, though we are still stand close. He sighs comfortably, and then his face cocks into a somewhat playful grin.
You know, everything that's happened to me before this point, well, that's water under the bridge.
I give him the most unimpressed look I can manage. I will never understand how he is content joking about this nightmarish lake. Despite that, I can't help the tiny smile that whispers across my lip, because that is so purely him, Lou snickers. Even though I still feel that there is nothing about this place to jest over, I can't bring myself to staunch his good mood after everything we've been through these past days. He deserves to be happy, and I will continue to protect that.
We shouldn't stay here. We don't have any light, and those monsters could notice us.
Lou's face immediately falls.
So this is goodbye. You're going to Hammer. I'm not.
Oh? All my thoughts crash around me. I had forgotten for a moment that we did not have the same goals. I formed a view of the future where the two of us would stay together after all of this was over. He looks into my eyes with a strange softened sorrow. I can't place what it is, but something about it causes a knot in my chest. I almost choke on my words.
Where will you go then? If you don't mind telling me.
He simply looks away. I wait for a moment, and when he doesn't continue, I do.
If you have nowhere in mind, you should come with me. Where I'm going won't be safe yet. However, it will be soon, and I will defend you until it is.
He bites his lip, though finally able to face me.
I'd like to. More than you know. But I can't. I need you to trust me when I say that if I did go, it wouldn't make anything better. I'm so sorry.
He looks the same as when I first met him, holding himself together because if he doesn't, he might fall apart. But now, something within him is different. It's stronger than the utter despair of failure from when we first met. It's solid, unwavering, and accepting.
You don't have to come. I understand. Still, I'd like to see you again.
He makes a small noise, something between a whimper and a grunt. Lou nods.
I want that too. When you have the chance, come back here. I'll wait for you. I promise.
Oh? I blink in surprise.
What? Lou, that doesn't make any sense.
Hello? He simply smiles. I suddenly get an urge to hold him.
Maybe it doesn't, but that's the only option we have. No matter how much I hate this shore, it's close enough and far enough.
I stare at him intensely, trying to understand what's going on in his head. He weakly looks up at me and the waves.
Goodbye, Kika.
In a blink, he's gone. I managed to just catch a glimpse of him dashing off into the darkness of the forest.
Wait!
I try in vain to call for him, until my voice goes hoarse. He either doesn't hear me, or doesn't listen. Lou completely disappears into the night. I stand there stunned. I quickly shake off the shock, and step into the forest. It's no use, he is not on the pathway, and there's no trace of where he could be. He's gone. I realize a tear is falling down my cheeks. I wipe off the errant tear and ball my hand into fists. I vow myself that no matter what happens, I will return to this lake for him. I have to find him, and I have to. This can't be the last time. Lou, please, wait for me. I hurried to Hammer as quickly as I could. I already failed to help another during my journey. I could not afford to fail the villagers. They were grateful to see me, for it was a desperate situation indeed. The urgency meant that my mind was occupied with other matters. I worked tirelessly to aid Hammer's own guards in forcing back the brigadiers. But during moments of calm, and when the sun set down, I would remember the lake. The villagers were alarmed when I arrived on my own, but it did not take them long to guess what must have happened to Bemel. Having to recount the terrible story was almost more than I could endure. Yet, I know that it will eventually be even worse when I must tell my fellow guards back home. They deserve to hear the truth from me, regardless of how I feel. After putting Singlo behind her, Margaret explained where she was originally from, though she had no plans on returning. Despite leaving everything she knew, Margaret boldly looks towards the future. I respect her for her bravery, and I hope for nothing more than the best. I have not heard or seen from the guide since then. He will remain obscured in that realm of fog and fear, a mysterious light off in the distance that is ever out of reach of the real world. Then, once the situation was stable enough for me to take some time for myself, I arrive on the shore of Singlos at dawn. It is late enough that only lonely dogs remain, a small monument to the horrifying maze that haunts the nights of this lake. I weave my way through the thick fog and jagged roots. I have a little idea of what I'm supposed to do since Lou ran off before making any actual plans. I wander around searching for the boy. I peer across trees and rocks, but there's no trace of him to be found. I hear my name being called in the distance. My heart jumps. I recognize that voice. It's the ice tone of Singlo's only guide. I turn to see him, walking toward me. It is expected that he is here. Still, it is far from the reunion I am striving for. I have difficulty not being somewhat bitter. He appraises me quietly before humming in understanding.
You came back for him.
My defenses shoot up.
How do you know about that?
His eyes bore deeply into mine, and I feel a chill down my spine.
He was dead. He was executed.
Oh? Was Lou a ghost all along? Did I fall in love with Ghost Boy?
What?
All the air is sucked from my body. The guide offers no further explanation, and it hits me hard.
No, that can't be. You have to be wrong.
His face is scrunched up in what could possibly be sorrow as he begins to speak.
It wasn't possible for Lou to escape from what he had done. His fate was sealed. No one could save him.
He releases a long breath before he continues.
That is why he told me everything, in case he couldn't be here himself. Lou did wait for you. He stayed for as long as he could.
Oh.
His death was not peaceful. However, it was proud.
Oh, he turned himself in. Time seems to nearly stop as I sit beside myself with a lurching pit in my stomach. Lou was here with me in what feels like only moments ago, and now? The guide sighs melancholically.
It all feels so pointless. Still, you gave Lou something he never had. And it seems he gave you something in return.
Oh.
Perhaps that does have worth.
My mind is racing and my heart pounds painfully in my chest. I have difficulty believing he actually thinks that is true. It does seem as though he would like to, at the very least. I want to believe it as well. Slowly, I reach into my pocket and gently stroke the shell Lou gave me. Without another word, the guide walks off into the distance. I don't make any attempt to follow him. I fully take out the shell to look at it. Somehow, I didn't want him to see. It was between just the two of us. I stare at the beautiful gift, grasping it in my hand. Then I turn my eyes to look out at the lake. Hot tears of poo in my eyes start to fall down my cheeks. The things he said, the way he was so willing to leave everyone behind, why he seemed so prepared to let himself die, it all became so much clearer in an instant. It truly was hopeless from the start. I squeezed my eyes shut tight and imagined his face, tracing every line, every expression, and engraving it in my memory.
Lou, I'll always remember you. I won't allow what you've done to be for nothing. I promise.
I sit here for I couldn't say how long, drinking the internal image of Lou, while vowing to never allow him to leave my thoughts. Then, I open my eyes and leave the shore behind. I still find it difficult to accept Lou's cruel death. I have yet to remove the shell from my pouch. Carrying it gives me at least a sort of comfort that helps me continue on, despite the pain. And I will not stop trying. I will still try fighting to protect others. Through it all, Lou will stay with me. He won't simply fade into the mist. I chose to believe that, in this way, his soul can find peace. Dark. Frick. Jeez, after all that. I'm not sure that was the true ending either. Oh my god. I need to rest. After all that. I really do. Jesus. Oh, Hato. Oh, Hato. So, how do I put this? Lou was a wanted criminal with an that was going to be executed. And we tried to come back to find him, but he was caught. So he told his story to the guide, and the guide relayed it on us. He's dead. There was literally nothing we could do. That's why he was so willing to accept his own death. Because he was already marked. So freaking sad. Jesus. I need to stop the stream. Will I revisit this game or not? I'm not sure. I feel like since this is a free game. This is a free game. And I kind of want other people to play it. You know what? I won't play anymore. You guys want to see the true ending? You do it yourselves, okay? It's free. It doesn't take that long. And you guys saw some of my choices. So you can pick different paths easier this way. Go on, download the game. Try it out for yourselves. It's really good. Felf, thank you very much for sharing this game with us. Awesome. Really, really awesome. I really appreciate it. Seriously. But now, I'm gonna quit so I can stop hearing the soft piano music. And we are gonna rate someone. Because I need to rest. Yeah, it's good for the one off stream. For the one off. But off stream, go for it. I think I will. I definitely will. So, everyone, let's see who's on. And if anyone has any recommendations, I'm willing to accept. Does anyone have someone they want to raid? Thanks for the stream. Thank you for joining, and thank you for sharing the game. Longer stream today. Yeah, I had to know what was going to happen in the other... I didn't know if I went for a shorter stream, or if I tried at least a second ending. And in the end, I tried the second ending. So, anyone has any recommendations? Let's see. If not, I think I'm gonna go for Pinbun. She's playing Ghostwire. And I kinda wanna check that game out. To see if I can actually play it or if I will get dizzied. Because I hear it's first person. Okay, so I'm gonna assume no suggestions. We're rating Pinbun today. Alright, everyone. Thank you very much for joining me. I hope you had fun. I know I did. And stay awesome, okay? Catch you guys later. Bye bye.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm your mom. Ooh, there's hella boys. Hot lunch. Lake of Voices? What's that? Oh my god, there's so many boys. Uh-oh. Well, they've discovered me. Come on. Come on, come on with you. Borra! Ow! You motherfucker. The audio's crunching. Oh. Okay, that was a lot. That was wild. It's a visual novel, but it ended up being pain? Oh no, I hate when that happens. I got recommended a game to play, and like, me and chat all had we all had a bad time. We all had a panic attack. It was terrible. Yeah, these are weird. Whoa, this thing is big as fuck.